Moscow will forever be known as the scene of one of the most tragic crimes in American history. There's still sort of a darkness whenever you talk to people. It will be ever part of the university's history and the town's history.
There are 4 very, very important names in this case. Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. And if you're gonna remember any names from this case, I ask that it be all 4. My name is Olivia Goncalves, and Kaylee was my little sister.
Everybody's going to work, and you look out the window, and there's kids running down the street laughing, and you're just like, how can you be out there playing? My daughter's dead. You know, Kaylee Goncalves is gone. Stop everything. Everybody in the whole world stop. And everything just keeps going.
My sister, Xana Kernodle, is one of the happiest, funniest people I've ever met. And I had the awesome privilege of growing up with her, and I still have a hard time coming to terms with the facts that it did happen.
Bryan Kohberger is accused of stabbing these 4 University of Idaho students in the pre-dawn hours on November 13th, 2022. The murder weapon, which was a knife, has never been found. This is a type of survival knife. Bryan Kohberger did not make his own plea. The judge entered a plea for him of not guilty.
Maximum penalties, life in prison, or the death penalty.
Due to the nature of the crimes, the state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty.
He was there to kill.
He came in with a kit. I believe he had a kill kit.
And you believe that everything right down to the implement of destruction, this large marine knife, that was all planned?
All planned.
It was inhumane. You wouldn't do these type of things to any living creature, let alone an innocent human being.
The star piece of evidence in the prosecution's case is the DNA that was found on the knife sheath that was left at the crime scene. That there's so much other evidence that's also pointing towards nobody else that we're aware of. How was Bryan Kohberger's car spotted leaving the scene? Why was his cell phone seen there 12 times, including the morning after the offense?
The prosecution would like everyone to believe that it's an open and shut case. But I think the facts they have make the case more open than open and shut. According to the defense, there is no connection whatsoever between Bryan Kohberger and the victims. And if there is no connection, then there is no motive. And if there is no motive, then it becomes very hard to make the case that he is the killer. And this is a graduate student, not a trained assassin.
It's more so about putting these pieces together, because I know what the puzzle looks like at the end. I have the box in front of me, but I'm missing so many pieces. How did all of these pieces fall to create what I'm living in right now? Where did this come from?
It was not the news Steve and Christy Goncalves wanted to hear. In August of 2023, just 6 weeks before the murder trial of Bryan Kohberger was set to begin, he waived his right to a speedy trial.
Sure you want to do this? Absolutely.
They would have to wait indefinitely for their day in court.
I was really hoping that we could get this show on the road, because the not knowing, it's agony. It's agony.
Steve and Christy, the parents of Kaylee, haven't left anything to chance. After the judge issued a gag order to attorneys and law enforcement, quote, to preserve the right to a fair trial, they drilled down on their own investigation and are now sharing what they believe that investigation found. Steve says he believes transparency is the best path to justice.
We're not gonna just sit back and cross our fingers and pray that we're gonna get justice.
It has been a long and painful journey for the families of Kaylee Goncalves, Maddie Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, the 4 University of Idaho students who were savagely murdered by a knife-wielding assailant in the wee hours of November 13th, 2022, as they settled down to sleep in their off-campus house on King Road.
Do you ever dream of your sister?
Yeah, I've had some dreams of her. There's times where I prayed and asked God to see her another time, and I did, and it just gives me some peace knowing that I know she's okay.
Jasmine Kernodle, who is speaking for the first time, was a senior at Washington State University and lived only 15 minutes away from her younger sister, Xana. Often mistaken as twins growing up, she says they were best friends.
She just was always fun. She was uplifting, and she took any bad situation and turned it into a good one.
Jeff, what did you love most about your daughter?
Everything. She cared about people. She was a people person. She cared about her friends just as much as like her family.
For the first time in her life, Xana had fallen in love with fellow student Ethan Chapin, a triplet who loved his siblings, boats, and working on a tulip farm.
The sweetest kid ever. They were just 2 happy people, and there's just seeing the videos and photos of them, you can just like tell how happy they are. They're just amazing together.
Sadly, they will now forever be linked in death. On Sunday morning, November 13th, Xana's friends started calling Jasmine, saying something bad had happened on King Road. Jasmine rushed over to Xana's house.
And while you're driving that 8-9 miles over to the house, are you trying to reach your sister then?
Mm-hmm.
How many times did you call her?
A lot. I called her a lot, called Ethan a lot.
Her next call was to her father. Jeffrey had been visiting Jasmine for Dad's weekend and was on his way home.
So you answer the phone, what do you hear?
I hear her kind of crying and just telling me to get back to Moscow and meet me at Xana's house. And, you know, my heart drops. Instantly, race back down there.
The house was cordoned off and swarming with investigators. As soon as Jeffrey said he was Xana's father, he and Jasmine were escorted to the Moscow Police Department.
And Jasmine, what does the officer say to you and your father?
I don't remember exactly, just that 4 people passed away, and that one was Xana.
You know, the worst day of your life, just your worst nightmare. It just happened, you know? What do? You can't do a damn thing.
100 miles away, the Goncalves family also had been getting frantic calls saying something bad had happened to their daughter, Kaylee. But no one knew what.
I just kept saying over and over, what do I do? What do we do? What do we do?
Finally, at around 4 in the afternoon, a deputy appeared at their door.
And we said, what's going on? I can confirm your daughter's died. She's passed away.
At that point, he said there were 4 victims. And I said, 4? And he said, yes, ma'am. I said, can you tell us if one of the victims was Maddie Mogen? And he said, yes, ma'am.
Maddie Mogen, Kaylee's best friend from childhood.
Give us a sense of just how close Kaylee and Maddie were in life.
I think that they had a very amazing relationship. The epitome of true best friends. from very early. I mean, they were sisters through and through.
They were completely inseparable.
As soon as the news hit, Olivia, the eldest of the 5 Gonzalez children, and her parents went into detective mode.
We had 0 details. We just knew they were gone.
Olivia got into her sister's call log and frantically started cold calling recent numbers. She says a friend told her that Kaylee had been at the Corner Club bar around 1:07 a.m. and later texted a rideshare driver who Olivia managed to track down.
The rideshare driver said around 1:45, Kaylee had texted him requesting a ride from the Grub Truck, which is the local mac and cheese food truck, to take her back home to 1122 King, and she had with her another female.
Olivia then uncovered one of the most important leads in the case. The rideshare driver told her about a camera mounted on the Grub Truck.
So I was able to look it up and find Kaylee on the video, and I saw the girl that she was with was Maddie. So at that point I knew Kaylee and Maddie were together. They got into the car to go home together and alone.
The driver told her the exact time Kaylee and Maddie were dropped off at their house on King Road, 1:56 a.m. A timeline she says she confirmed before the police.
I immediately took it to the police officers. Here's her phone information. Here's the rideshare driver's name.
Olivia says Kaylee made a call to her boyfriend at 2:56 a.m., but he didn't answer. The Gonzalveses believe Kaylee fell asleep shortly after. According to the police affidavit, Kaylee and Maddie were stabbed to death between 4 and 4:25 a.m. Just as they had done since they were little girls, they were sleeping in the same bed.
Those 2 best friends since little girls, I don't think there's anything more terrifying than what they went through. I really don't.
The killer took 4 lives in a matter of minutes, but he left behind 2 surviving roommates, one of whom would provide a key description of the intruder.
He was dressed in black, but muscular build, and very bushy eyebrows.
If there is one picture that speaks to the Idaho Student Murders, it is this: 6 smiling college students, blissfully unaware of the carnage to come.
It's staged in a way that is almost, in a strange way, ominously predicting.
Investigative journalist Howard Bloom has written extensively on the student murders for Graydon Carter's online magazine, Airmail. He is now writing a book on the case.
On the ends of the picture are the 2 survivors. In the middle are the victims, and they're huddled together.
Kaylee, with a beaming Maddie on her shoulders, friends for life. Ethan, with his arm around Xana, young love in full bloom. A moment that should have been a memory of their idyllic college years would eternally be a reminder of the gruesome murders that put them in their graves.
What makes it so tragic is they're forever preserved in this moment. They'll never be able to leave this moment.
Hours after this photo was taken, the 4 friends would be murdered. Their deaths so violent, even the house seemed to be bleeding.
There was literally blood oozing out from the home. You could see it on the exterior walls.
CBS News consultant Brianna Fox is a former FBI agent and professor of criminology at the University of South Florida.
That's how bloody and gruesome the crime scene is.
According to the affidavit, which outlines law enforcement's investigation, the bodies of Xana and Ethan, who was sleeping over, were found in or near her bedroom on the 2nd floor. The bodies of Kaylee and Maddie were on the 3rd floor in the same single bed in Maddie's room.
How did your daughter die in that house? What do you know?
We know the autopsy. We know the means of what is officially how she died. She was assaulted and stabbed.
Several times. Her death certificate is the ugliest, disgustingest piece of paper that you will ever see in your life.
And every line is a horror show.
Every line, because there's causes of death and then there's contributions to death.
Christy and Steve spoke to coroner Kathy Mabbitt before the gag order was issued, and they say she told them how the two friends were positioned in the bed.
The bed was up against the wall. The headboard was touching the wall, and the left side of the bed was touching the wall. And we believe that Maddie was on the outside and Kaylee was on the inside.
According to coroner Mabbitt, the killer's first victim was Maddie, says Steve.
And then from Maddie, he moved on to your daughter. You believe she had awakened at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, there's evidence to show that she awakened and tried to get out of that situation.
The way the bed was set up is what...
She was trapped.
She was trapped.
We know from the affidavit that Kohberger's cell phone pinged in the vicinity of the house 12 times prior to the murders. Steve says before the gag order, one of the lead investigators told him they believe Kohberger had been scouting out the house.
You believe these visits were like, he was like on an intelligence mission, a scouting mission,
Yes.
looking at lifestyle patterns when they came and went, who came to the house, methodical?
Yeah. He had to know when people were coming, people were going.
It makes the Gonzalveses wonder if he'd ever gone inside the house.
I think that he at least had opened that door, went in, tested the waters, looked around.
Steve says the coroner told him the killer's rampage started on the 3rd floor, where both Maddie and Kaylee had their bedrooms. Christy thinks he wasn't expecting to find the two friends together in the same bed.
I do think that his plan went awry. I do think that, he intended to kill one and killed 4.
Brianna Fox also believes Xana and Ethan were collateral damage. According to the affidavit, Xana received a DoorDash food delivery at 4 a.m., then went back to her room on the 2nd floor. It's possible, says Fox, that Xana, still awake, came face to face with the killer.
And she sees somebody that she doesn't expect, and I don't think he was expecting to see her either.
One of the 2 surviving roommates, Dylan Mortensen, later told the police that she heard what she thought was crying coming from Xana's room. She heard a male voice say something to the effect, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Not something a killer would likely say to an intended target, says Fox.
He probably was trying to make a split-second decision. Do I run away? Do I kill her? What do I do? And he decided to kill her.
At approximately 4:17 a.m., police say an outside security camera less than 50 feet from Xana's room picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. Shortly after, Dylan, the surviving roommate, whose bedroom was near Xana's, opened the door.
According to the police affidavit, when Dylan opens the door, she saw a man dressed in black with a black mask, and she says he has bushy eyebrows. Those bushy eyebrows become very important when the police are making their identification.
The man with the bushy eyebrows kept walking to the rear of the house without harming Dylan.
Why was Dylan not killed? Again, there's no definitive answer. He didn't kill her because he didn't see her. He was sort of transfixed on getting out. He didn't kill her because he was satiated.
Or he was simply too depleted to kill again, says Fox.
Even stabbing somebody for a minute and a half, not only is that overkill, but it actually would become rather exhausting.
The police believe the murder weapon, which has not been found, was a military-style K-bar knife, similar to this one. The details are disturbing.
This is not a civilian knife. It was actually meant to tear apart bone, ligaments, organs. So this is a extremely brutal and something that you would never expect a person to walk in and want to commit unless they took some pleasure out of the brutality of it.
After seeing the intruder, Dylan, the surviving roommate, told investigators she locked herself in her room. It would be almost 8 hours before 911 was called, causing an uproar on social media criticizing Dylan's alleged inaction. But Brianna Fox says it's not unusual for people to freeze or be too afraid to intervene.
She had no reason to, know how to handle herself in that moment.
According to the affidavit, the male walked towards the back sliding glass door and presumably left the scene. But committing murder and getting away with it are two different things, says Fox.
For an offender to get away with a crime, a murder, they have to bat 1,000. They have to be absolutely perfect. If they make one singular mistake, that's all it takes.
And that one possible mistake in this case may have been the sheath to the K-bar knife. One like this was found on the bed next to Maddie Mogen. It would lead investigators to the door of a man studying for a career in criminology, Bryan Kohberger, the alleged killer.
To see a timeline of the case, go to 48hours.com.
Day after day and week after week pass, and there is no suspect that is arrested. What was that time like for you?
That was the worst.
For 47 days after the murders, the families of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, and the country waited.
We do not have a suspect at this time.
And wept. And weighed in.
The people of Idaho and those throughout our nation who provided information has been very impressive. We've received over 19,000 tips.
Then, on December 30th, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was arrested in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. At the time, his attorney said Kohberger looked forward to being exonerated.
What goes through your mind when you see the face of the alleged killer?
Oh, I wonder why, who is this? Why, Never heard of the person before. It still is confusing. Why?
At this point, the families knew as much about Kohberger as the public did, a PhD candidate studying criminology just 10 miles away at Washington State University in Pullman.
I remember thinking, I only have a few minutes to look up this individual and to try to get any credible information before things start getting wonky.
Some of Olivia Gonzalez's online discoveries of Kohberger made her uneasy.
He had made a few posts on Reddit in which he was conducting, it seems like a questionnaire to people in prison or jail who had committed crimes. How did you pick your victim or your target?
For 7 weeks, the families and the country were left wondering.
I think for this type of an investigation, 47 days is actually quick.
Criminologist and CBS News consultant Brianna Fox says the Moscow police kept things moving. Starting with a video canvas which produced footage from those early morning hours, showing a white car making 3 passes by the girl's house starting around 3:30 a.m. Less than an hour later, investigators say, the killer struck.
They noticed that this car approached King Road, left, came back, almost did a U-turn, finally went there around 4:06 in the morning, and that car then departed in about 25 minutes and sped off.
Multiple surveillance cameras then captured that white car as it traveled what appeared to be a less direct route back to Pullman, Washington, arriving around 5:30 a.m. That information helped investigators identify the make and model of the vehicle.
And we're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra.
Washington State Police find the car parked outside graduate housing. They get the license plate and they get Brian Kohberger's name. They then get the driver's license and they see the bushy eyebrows that in the eyes of one of the Moscow detectives must be the eyebrows of the killer.
Now armed with a warrant, investigators retrieved cell tower data from that morning, which captured Kohberger's phone around 2:47 a.m. in Pullman when it suddenly stopped connecting to the network. According to the affidavit, this was also around the time cameras caught a white Elantra leaving his apartment complex.
There was indication that he turned off his cell phone, which is something that a lot of people do when they want to avoid law enforcement knowing their whereabouts.
His cell phone signal was picked up again 2 hours later south of Moscow as it traveled back toward his apartment building. The affidavit described a deeper dive into Kohberger's phone history that revealed this was a familiar neighborhood to him, going back several months.
Cell phone records indicated that he has traveled past and was very near the vicinity of this crime scene on 12 separate occasions.
And towers actually captured a 13th trip, just hours after the murders.
Anecdotally, a lot of killers, they like revisiting the memory of the crime. I won. I was able to get away with this, and you guys won't catch me.
But they had one secret weapon to make their case. They had the knife sheath, and there was a microscopic spot of DNA on this. Could they tie this DNA to Kohberger?
According to the affidavit, the DNA was found on the button snap of the sheath. But when investigators ran it through the national database, there were no matches. It's unclear if Brian Kohberger knew law enforcement was watching when he left Washington in mid-December. Kohberger and his father, who had flown in from Pennsylvania, drove back home together in his white Elantra.
Kohberger, from what I've heard, tells the father that he's in trouble with his job. He's concerned enough about his son to want to make the drive back with him.
On the 2,500-mile journey from Washington, they are stopped twice for traffic violations.
Hello? What's also interesting is Kohberger's reaction to the police.
Is this your car? Okay.
He's pretty calm and cool.
Father and son made it home to Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, where Bloom says investigators initiated a stealth operation.
What they did is they sent a team of Pennsylvania state troopers to Kohberger's family's house.
Law enforcement recovered Kohberger's father's DNA from the trash outside their home, which tested as a high probability it was the biological father of whoever left DNA on the knife sheath.
So that was the eureka moment which they decided they could get an arrest warrant.
At that point, they made the arrest of Brian Kohberger, and they got a separate, essentially a search warrant for his DNA.
And when investigators compared his DNA to the DNA on the knife sheath, they say it was a statistical match, at least 5.37 octillion times more likely to be Kohberger's than anyone else.
Where you sit today, are you certain that Brian Kohberger is the killer?
With what you know.
I don't trust anybody or anything, so I have to see it myself. I have to see everything.
As the months pass, Steve and Christy Gonzalez remain a united front in wanting justice, but their wait has brought different perspectives.
Your mind is still open to the potential,
Of course.
that it could have been someone else?
Of course. Yep. I go into that 100%. Yep. Of course.
That's not where you are.
No.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think there's any slam dunk.
Criminologist Brianna Fox says with the gag order in place, any hint of Kohberger's defense has come from court documents.
It seems that the defense is alleging there was a rush to judgment, law enforcement made an arrest too fast, and they focused on their client too quickly.
A defense filing did reveal Kohberger's alibi for the night of the murders. It simply stated Mr. Kohberger was out driving alone.
The defense is not necessarily having to prove that he's innocent. They just have to raise doubt.
Both Fox and Howard Bloom think the defense can find ways to poke holes in the prosecution's case, challenging some of the key evidence presented in the affidavit, including the cell phone location data and the white Elantra.
There's other concerns, such as whether Brian Kohberger's car was accurately identified at the onset, or if that was revised after knowing what Brian Kohberger drove.
The cell phone data makes one suspicious of Kohberger, but it's not convincing. It's not putting someone at someone's doorstep, it's putting someone in someone's neighborhood. If you can raise doubts about the validity and the accuracy of the cell phone data, I think you're halfway there to getting the case against Kohberger, either a hung jury or a not guilty verdict.
And there's more, according to the defense.
That there was no DNA or forensic evidence found from the crime scene at the apartment, car, office, or on Brian Kohberger's person. So they were basically alleging, how could he have committed such a brutal murder and yet have no evidence found on him of that?
After consulting their own investigators, Christy and Steve theorize that Kohberger likely brought what they call a kill kit with him.
What do you mean by a kill kit?
I think he had a backpack.
A change of clothes. We don't know if it was coveralls, pants, hoodie. We don't know.
A defense filing also claimed the presence of other unidentified male DNA was found on the premises.
3 separate and distinct male DNA profiles were found from the crime scene. 2 were inside the house. 1 was outside on a glove.
The defense wants to know who are these people and what role could they have played in this whole story. So what the defense is doing now is trying to look for other narratives that make sense.
Howard Bloom has written extensively about this case, including a piece on a possible alternative defense theory involving drugs.
Maybe someone had reneged on a drug payment, and this was a retribution, vengeance for people not paying for drugs they had ordered.
I want you guys to respond to one thing that's out there, because speculation that somehow drugs were involved in this attack.
That's just Hollywood nonsense. I just dismiss that because I understand our society wants to believe in some of these movies that they watch. They don't have these crazy lives where they're crossing paths with people like that.
That storyline of it being drugs gives people a reason to think why it happened, because nobody knows why. And the reason I think it happened is because he wanted to. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to commit a murder.
Brian Kohberger's defense attorneys argue there's a lack of evidence linking their client to the students.
The defense is claiming that the defendant, Brian Kohberger, and the victims have absolutely no connection. There's no motive.
In the minutes after Brian Kohberger was publicly named, the Gonzalez family went online.
They just told us the name, and we immediately started Googling.
They believe they had found a possible connection through Instagram and immediately took these screenshots.
From our investigation of the account, it appeared to be the real Brian Kohberger account.
Among the people this account was following were Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez, in addition to several people with the name Kohberger.
But when we looked through those, it appeared to have other family members that were related to him.
At first, Steve, who works in IT, was skeptical, thinking someone created a fake account immediately following Kohberger's arrest. But according to the family, they uncovered more possible connections.
You would go to Maddie's Instagram account and look at her pictures, and he liked them. Brian's name was under a lot of Maddie's pictures, like that picture, and that picture, and that picture, and that picture. So he was actively looking at the Instagram accounts.
And the importance of that is what?
Just digital evidence that this particular account had some type of connection with the victims.
48 Hours has not confirmed the authenticity of this account, which has since been deleted, and the gag order prevents investigators from commenting. After dedicating months looking for their own answers, the Gonzalveses say they are mentally prepared for trial, no matter when it begins.
I think he's done. He's gonna feel all of us just staring at the back of his head. And he's gonna know that we are the Gonzalves family, and he knows what he did to our daughter.
How could this happen to a group of kids that are doing everything the way they're supposed to do?
To not known is what keeps you awake at night. And it's every day, all day. It never stops. Why? There is no why.
It is as unexplainable today as it was the day Kaylee Gonzalves, Maddie Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were murdered.
I wish we knew. They were, all four of them were just such great people and made such an impact on the lives around them.
For now, the families are left with thoughts of what might have been.
Kaylee Jade Gonzalves has been recommended to receive a posthumous bachelor's degree. Her family will receive the diploma of the University of Idaho.
On May 13th, 2023, exactly 6 months from the day of the murders, an occasion that would have been a cause for celebration, graduation, was instead another reminder of what was lost.
Seeing all those graduation photos, they should be here.
Graduation is just one of many milestones that will be missed.
She would have been my maid of honor, and I probably would have been hers, and it's like sad to have to go through those life moments without her.
Jasmine Kernodle planned to work side by side with her sister Xana, creating their own marketing business.
It's just not the same without her because she just brought like such a crazy different energy than anybody else I've ever met.
Kaylee Gonzalves' future was in sight. She had accepted a job in Austin working for an IT firm. Kaylee not only pushed herself, say her parents, but pushed them.
We lost that person that would force us to make new memories and force us to go and take on something that seems a little daunting at first.
Guys!
For the Gonzalveses, amid all the loss, there was an addition to the family when in February, Olivia gave birth to a baby girl.
So her name is Theodora Maddie Kay. Obviously, Maddie Kay is after Maddie and Kaylee.
And if one were to believe in signs, there were, says Olivia, several with Theodora Maddie Kay's arrival. In the hospital, her room number, 1113, was the same as the date of the murders, November 13th. And eerily, the time of birth, 4:21 a.m., is in the time frame that Kaylee and Maddie are believed to have been killed.
To have birth and life and firsts, first giggles, first walks, that they would be there somehow, you know, even if it's just a namesake.
This is the Gonzalves family. Maddie has truly been a blessing in our lives.
I'm Xana's sister.
The families of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan have all searched for ways, sometimes together, to cope with a horrible new normal.
We all are always going to be there for each other, and it's just difficult. We're all going through it in our own ways.
For Ethan's parents, Stacy and Jim Chapin, One way of coping involves creating a foundation, Ethan's Smile.
Ethan just had a great smile. I mean, he smiled all the time.
Raising money for scholarships by selling tulips planted in honor of Ethan, who had worked at a tulip farm.
So Ethan will live on through the foundation. That's what motivates us to do this.
How do you live with this, Jeff?
It's not easy. Just gotta keep going, you know?
I think just like living our lives like Xana would want us to. I know that she would want us to talk about the life that she lived and to be her voice right now.
She had a beautiful smile. Her and Maddie.
The memories that we shared, we don't do it lightly because they are very private memories, and sometimes it feels like I'm giving away a part of them. But I do it for the importance to realize how great of a loss it is. Because nothing's gonna bring them back.
CBS next Saturday. 48 Hours brings you back-to-back episodes all summer long. Next week, Beachside Homicide.
How could a single mom be executed in Cape Cod?
I was knocked unconscious. I couldn't protect her.
48 Hours Crime Time double feature next Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Welcome to Postmortem, a new companion podcast to 48 Hours. So I'm your host, CBS News correspondent Anne-Marie Green, and each week we will take you behind the scenes with correspondents and producers who know these stories best. We go deeper into each episode, explaining how the reporting came together and their personal experiences with investigating these crimes. Now, not only do I report for 48 Hours, but I am personally a huge fan of the show. So I'm really excited to take a closer look at these cases with the 48 Hours team to hear their stories, including, brand new details. And we're talking about details that never made it into the episodes. We're going to start, though, by answering some of your biggest questions about the Idaho Student Murders. This is a case that captivated and continues to captivate the country. And joining me now is longtime 48 Hours correspondent Peter Van Sant and producer Liza Finley. Welcome, guys. So good to have you guys here.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. We're very happy to be here.
Yeah, this postmortem is something we dream about because we have so much information, particularly on this story, that we can't get to in the limited time. So this is a wonderful opportunity to expand and share with our viewers and listeners in this case some new details.
Before we get to our postmortem, let's listen to an overview of this week's episode.
It's been a long and painful journey for the families of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, the 4 University of Idaho students who were stabbed to death in the pre-dawn hours of November 13th, 2022.
Do you ever dream of your sister?
Yeah, I've had some dreams of her. Just gives me some peace knowing that I know she's okay.
Xana Kernodle's sister Jasmine and father Jeffrey are speaking out for the first time since Xana's murder.
It just happened, What do? You can't do a damn thing.
Everybody's going to work and you look out the window and there's kids running down the street laughing and you're just like, how can you be out there playing? My daughter's dead.
On the night of the murders, Christy and Steve Gonzalez's daughter Kaylee was in the same bed as her childhood friend, Maddie Mogen. The Gonzalezes say coroner Kathy Mabbitt told them before a gag order the killer attacked Maddie first, then moved on to Kaylee.
There's evidence to show that she awakened and tried to get out of that situation.
The way the bed was set up is what...
She was trapped.
She was trapped.
A judge has entered a plea of not guilty on Bryan Kohberger's behalf.
The murders of college students Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Kaylee Gonzalez shocked the country in November of 2022 and really captured the attention of the country. I think part of it had to do with how that this is a time in your life that is supposed to be one of the best times in your life. And every photo that you saw of them was bursting with life. So the idea that those lives were cut short, I think, really shook a lot of people.
This is such a deeply personal story, perhaps the most that I've ever been involved with. I'm a father of six who've all gone to university. I attended Washington State University 8 miles from where this murder scene was located. And when I went to school there, the idea of crime might be a kid stealing a candy bar from a store. It was just simply unheard of. So it's deeply personal. And to connect with the family, the Gonzalveses, Christy and Steve, and to speak with Jasmine and Jeffrey Kernodle. Jasmine is Xana's sister and Jeffrey her dad, was the most profound interviews I think I have ever done. And Liza was in on this. We were all so moved.
It was so emotional.
Mm-hmm.
It really was.
You know, genuinely had tears in my eyes at times. And as I watched this hour for the 8th time, I still get tears in my eyes because it's the sense of loss is profound and it is felt all over the world. And you're right, Anne-Marie, this time of innocence, the adventure of learning, the deep friendships formed at university, and to see it interrupted like this, allegedly by a person they still don't have a motive for, just shocked everyone.
The Gonzalez, they moved to the general area because they wanted a safe place to raise their kids.
Yeah, talk about ironic. They lived in California. It was getting kind of dangerous there, they felt. They have 5 children. So they went on a road trip, and we were going to find America's best place to live, the safest place to raise our family. And they settled on this beautiful, beautiful little town in Idaho. And lo and behold, just a few hours away by car where Kaylee went to school, the worst crime imaginable happened. And they regret moving. You know, they go, if only we hadn't moved.
There's also something else I wanted to mention at this point that the Gonzalveses shared with us that we weren't able to get into our broadcast. Their daughter, Kaylee Gonzalez, was a true crime fanatic. She watched all these shows. She loved watching 48 Hours. And she was concerned enough about crime that she would take notes, her mom said, during the broadcast. And she came up with a plan of action. Hey, if any of us are ever assaulted, if we're ever in a crime situation like we've seen on 48 Hours and these other shows, this is what we should do. She actually typed it out. And the family had a nickname for her. They called her the Protector because of this. And I talked to Christy about it. Can you imagine the horror when the worst possible nightmare, in this case, it's not a cliche, is occurring? Her best friend in life, Maddie, killed alongside her. And now the assailant is attacking her.
You know, one of the ironies, though, which you were talking about her philosophy after being such a true crime show fanatic, was separate. I'll go you right, you go left, so one of us will survive and be able to call the police and come to your rescue. Well, those 2 young women were killed in the same bed. They didn't have a chance to separate. She was trapped. Kaylee was trapped.
There are so many components of this that sort of give you chills. You focused on the families, which cannot be easy. I can't imagine it was easy to get them to talk.
We have a great colleague out in California named Greg Fisher who had established a relationship with the family. When we did our first hour earlier in 2023, I did a Zoom interview with Steve Gonzalez And I felt as though we had really connected. You know, they said, okay, you've got 5 minutes, because he was going from reporter to reporter. And we really connected, and we talked for 25 minutes. And when that story ran, we understood that the family appreciated how respectful we were. There was no sensationalism. This is 48 Hours. This is CBS News. And that connection continued. And so Greg Fisher was talking with the family out there and said, Peter would really like to sit down and have a longer conversation with you. And because, and Liza is really strong on this, they believe that transparency and getting these words out is important for them to find justice. They agreed to the interview.
Mm-hmm. There's a gag order, and that was issued by the judge, and it basically prohibits attorneys, law enforcement, officials from speaking. So Steve feels very strongly that that is not in the best interest of justice, because there have been so many rumors, so much false information out there, that he believes that real journalists, real officials should be dispelling these falsities. So he agreed to this very long interview, 6-7 hours.
Yeah, I heard Peter is legendary for his long interviews.
He is famous for that in our shop.
We're going to go 2 more hours on this. But yeah,
it was great.
They were extraordinary. And once, people, families, everyone has to remember this. Families that have gone through this kind of shocking trauma, they don't interview one another, right?
Yeah.
That's not the way we talk. All of us have lost someone in our families. When that's happened in my case, I don't interview my sisters about how you're feeling in things. And so sometimes when a person like myself comes into the picture, it's such a catharsis for them. There's so much they want to say.
What I valued about it is their willingness to pull us into this moment in their life, which is the most painful moment that they will ever experience. And it's not a moment, it's their life now. But we often, sometimes when we tell these stories, and 48 Hours does an excellent job at being compassionate and fair, but it is an hour and a whole case. And we don't sort of get a chance to slow down and be reminded of the human victims that are still alive. Xana's sister, Jasmine, has never spoken before. Her father, Jeffrey, never spoken before. And in this case, you didn't pre-interview them? You didn't get a chance to talk to them ahead of time?
No, not at all. Not with the Gonzalez's either. But, I prefer that. I prefer that we get to know each other in the course of this interview. You always begin very gently. You talk about the sister that she loved, the daughter that he loved, and you work your way into the details. And I find when we both are trying to sort each other out, if you can make that connection, it becomes a profound thing, and they really open up. Jasmine Kernodle, Xana's sister.
Amazing.
She's just, it gets me talking to right now about it. She's the power of the grief inside her to be able to express some of that. And Jeffrey, which you saw in the hour, and you'll see him in other interviews in the future too. He physically reacts. Sometimes his body movement is even more powerful than his words. When you talk about, when they heard the words from police that his daughter, her sister, that she was dead. Oh my God, how it hits him. And that was such
so
power.
Genuine and
Genuine.
When I was getting ready to watch the hour, I was sort of preparing myself for grief. I thought I will be so saddened by this. But instead, I found myself impressed with their strength, their power. There was sort of a weight to that grief. Does that make any sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It becomes, for those of us who work on these stories, we do so many of them, and they're all so horrendous. And there are those moments where you're sitting across from somebody or looking at them in the edit room, and you go, how real this is. And that was so real. These families, it's heartbreaking.
The Gonzalez's, it's as loving a family as you will ever meet. And right away, they started digging in. And as Steve has said, we were not going to sit back and just wait for justice.
Right.
And when you realize what his daughter Olivia accomplished in her deep dive, which we'll get into,
Yeah.
but they moved ahead instantly. They channeled that grief into action.
So let's talk about a little bit the incredible amount of investigating that the families did, especially Kaylee's sister, Olivia. She found the rideshare driver who dropped Kaylee off at the home that night, something that she says even law enforcement had not discovered. I want to play a little sound.
Olivia got into her sister's call log and frantically started cold calling recent numbers. She says a friend told her that Kaylee had been at the Corner Club bar around 1:07 a.m. and later texted a rideshare driver who Olivia managed to track down.
The rideshare driver said around 1:45, Kaylee had texted him requesting a ride from the Grub Truck, which is the local mac and cheese food truck, to take her back home to 1122 King, and she had with her another female.
Olivia then uncovered one of the most important leads in the case. The rideshare driver told her about a camera mounted on the Grub Truck.
So I was able to look it up and find Kaylee on the video, and I saw the girl that she was with was Maddie. So at that point I knew Kaylee and Maddie were together. They got into the car to go home together and alone.
The driver told her the exact time Kaylee and Maddie were dropped off at their house on King Road, 1:56 a.m. A timeline she says she confirmed before the police.
I immediately took it to the police officers. Here's her phone information. Here's the rideshare driver's name.
You know, what's interesting about that right there is that the police had the wrong time when they returned home. By 11 minutes. So she was able to put that timeline on track, which is sort of, a domino effect.
Yeah.
They get the right time, they get home, they get this, they get that, they get that. And she was able to correct that right off the bat, which got them mobilized and moving in the right direction.
There is still so much to get into here. So when we get back, we're going to talk about Bryan Kohberger's trial, what the defense might say to poke holes in the case, new evidence the prosecution might present, and a possible link, a link between Kohberger and the victims that the Gonzalezes think that they've discovered on Instagram. Stick around. All right, welcome back, everyone. The trial of Bryan Kohberger had been set for October 2nd of 2023, but it was postponed because he waived his right to a speedy trial. So the question is, what do we think we can expect once this kicks off? Liza.
As we know, there's a dearth of information because of this gag order, but the defense has hinted at what its case will be. In a court filing, they have come out and saying essentially what they're going to challenge. In the prosecution's case, they're going to challenge, one, the collection of the DNA. There were 3 male other DNA samples found at the scene, 2 inside the house, 1 in glove outside. They still don't know who those belong to, and the defense wants to know why. They say there's no connection, none at all, between Kohberger and any of the 4 victims in that house. And if there's no connection, there's no motive, why would he have done something like this? And then, to me, one of the most intriguing ones, if it's true, we don't know any of this because it hasn't been litigated it hasn't been argued in court. They claim that there's absolutely, now mind you, this is one of the bloodiest crime scenes ever. I mean, 4 people slaughtered with a military
and
style.
we saw this through the blood on outside of the house. And it's I know you probably went back and forth as to whether or not you should show that, but I think it really sort of gave you an idea of what went on in.
Yeah, and the family told us they want the world to know and this is the word they use, the ferocity of these murders.
Mm-hmm.
It's important, the savagery that went into this.
Right, and as Peter said, that house was literally bleeding. If the house could talk, what would it say? That's a wonderful question. But so back to this intriguing statement that the defense has put out there. They say there's this bloody crime scene. We know how easily it is to get a hair or a speck of blood. They say there's absolutely no DNA evidence of anyone from that house or that house in his apartment, in his car, on his person. And if that's true, that is pretty intriguing.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about a receipt from Walmart and a Dickies tag that was found at his apartment. Though we don't know what items were listed on the receipt, what does the Gonzalez family think this discovery really means?
The family has a theory. They believe that he brought what they call a kill kit, that he had a bag that had a change of clothes in it.
That's what they're calling it.
What they're calling it. And they said that, and we did not have time for this in the hour, but that during the course of the search warrant that was done at Kohberger's house, they have a receipt, and that the receipt, according to the Gonzalez family, is in evidence right now. And it may suggest that he bought clothing that perhaps that he wore during the course of this murder, is what they're suggesting, and that clothing was not found at his apartment after when the search was done. But even so, as Liza said, because we have done so many of these stories, the notion, when you're using a knife, for instance, and there's called castaway blood, as you raise it up and then back down, the hair, skin, blood, the notion that nothing at all was found in that car, nothing at all, is really quite extraordinary. And the defense is going to be playing that up. And remember, they say about his alibi for that night, Brian Kohberger's.
Yeah.
He admits he was out driving late that night. He was driving around. That's what he says.
Mm-hmm.
That would explain the cell phone in the vicinity, and also seeing that car on the surveillance cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And among the things, of course, they're going to talk about in the prosecution of this case was the 12 visits prior to the murders in that neighborhood, but also there was a 13th visit the day of the murder, once it became publicized, because this occurred, in the early morning hours. Well, later that day, prosecutors say that Kohberger's, according to the affidavit, his car was in that area again. But remember, he's studying criminology. And I'm sure their people would argue, yes, he was fascinated by this horrible crime. And as a criminologist, he drove over, as many people did, into that area to see what was going on.
But then there's always the theory that the criminal returns to the scene of the crime because they want to see what's going on, and they want to sort of get the last laugh. Ha ha, I got away with this. Look at everybody running around. Look at everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, one theory that is out there that the Gonzalez family has come to believe is the notion that Brian Kohberger may have been inside that house prior to the day of the murders. And they base that on the fact that the coroner in the case told them that the assailant entered the house and the first people that were attacked were on the 3rd floor of the house. There were others on the 2nd floor. And that suggested to the Gonzalez that the killer knew to go to the 3rd floor. How would he know that if he hadn't been in the house before?
So this is the family's filling in the blanks, though.
This is
got
the
some
family's
information.
conjecture.
They're trying to explain it.
Right. That is what we have not had any investigator tell us this. Of course, there's this gag order, and we have not been able to verify that with any investigator because of the gag order. But the Gonzalez's mom and dad, Christy and Steve, believe that he may have been in that house prior to the murders.
When you really think about this whole thing, how does this person in this house that has 3 floors know where to go and how to do it and kill so rapidly? As one of our people said, he's a student, he's not an assassin.
Right.
But it seemed like he was so efficient, which is, I think, one of the reasons why the Gonzalez's believe he had to know where he was going when he got in there.
Mm-hmm.
He had to know who he was after and what he planned to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Christy Gonzalez says she thinks he went in to kill 1, but he killed 4.
So that he was caught off guard by the fact that there were 2 people in the first bedroom.
Exactly.
And there was also the bit about Kaylee's dog, right?
Kaylee slept with that dog every night. And that was just that was their routine. And when officials got to the house, discovered that horrible scene, the dog was in a separate bedroom by itself. And so that just raised questions with the Gonzalveses that, did he know there was a dog? Had he seen a dog in a visit? Had he actually even maybe given the dog a treat where it wouldn't bark at him? And did he put the dog in that room? It's just something that the Gonzalveses have focused on and raised with us.
So we've been talking a lot about the different theories about how Kohberger may have committed these murders. But what is also new in this hour is the Gonzalveses discovered what they think is a possible connection between him and the victims.
So the Gonzalves family heard the name Brian Kohberger. Olivia Googles his name, and they end up finding this Instagram account that the family believes was a genuine one.
I want to play a little sound from the hour about the connection that the family feels might be there.
You would go to Maddie's Instagram account and look at her pictures, and he liked them. Brian's name was under a lot of Maddie's pictures, like that picture, and that picture, and that picture, and that picture. So he was actively looking at the Instagram account.
And the importance of that is what?
Just digital evidence that this particular account had some type of connection with the victims.
And if that's true, that's huge, because what it does is it establishes a relationship, a connection between Kohberger and the victims, at least two of the victims.
Yeah.
And the defense is saying there's no connection. So which is true? That will be a very important point to be made at trial.
As has been said by one of our experts in the hour, if there's no connection, there's no motive. Everyone who watches 48 Hours, who's listening to this right now, knows you don't have to have a motive. Prosecutors will tell you all the time you don't have to. And serial killers, Ted Bundy didn't have to have a motive for each of his killings. He just had a satisfaction in killing someone. And the Gonzalveses believe that Kohberger, who again is accused of this, not convicted of anything as yet, of course, that he did this, in their opinion, simply to kill, to murder, to experience that rush.
They do it for pleasure. That's one of the theories by our criminologist expert, who said that a crime like this seems to be done by somebody, the viciousness of it, by somebody who takes pleasure in it, or has a sense of arousal from it.
Did you reach out to the Kohberger family?
Yes, we've done that many times. And we're still hoping that they will change their mind and talk about Brian. And we hope that happens.
What I'm hearing is that the Kohberger family does not believe he did it. But there is something very, very interesting that Steve Gonzalves was very clear about, that he's going into this trial with an open mind, that they think that it looks like Kohberger did it. However, maybe he didn't. And they have an open mind about that. Well, Steve has an open mind about that.
I was surprised by that, because that is typically not something that you hear.
No.
Is after someone's been arrested, usually families of the victims are convinced, usually, that, that's the right guy.
Yeah. And he has an open mind. And we as journalists also have to have an open mind.
Yeah.
Because the facts of the case are being held so tightly, so closely. There's a lot we don't know, and we have to remember that. And that was another challenge in doing this hour, I think, right, Peter?
Yeah, and absolutely. And Kohberger has said through an attorney when he was arrested in Pennsylvania, he looks forward to his exoneration.
There were others, though, that you reached out to that also didn't want to talk. Maddie Mogen's family, her parents, they did not speak to you for this episode.
Maddie Mogen, Maddie was an only child of her parents, and they have spoken, of course, at these memorial get-togethers and things, but it is so devastating. And you look at her face, you look at Maddie's face, and you see this bright, and she's intelligent, this big-hearted woman with everything in front of her. And they invested everything and all their love and wisdom in this one child, and that child is taken from them under these circumstances. We understand.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan Chapin's family, who obviously are suffering enormous loss, they have chosen to not do an interview with 48 Hours for this. Perhaps one day, they'll want to talk, but we completely understand that they don't want to, and of course we respect that.
Well, what a moving episode for the first one of this season of 48 Hours and for the first post-mortem podcast. I really want to thank you, Peter and Liza, for being here.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. It's our honor to tell this story. It's so profound.
Absolutely. It is. It's touched all of us. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Be sure to join us next Tuesday for another post-mortem. Watch 48 Hours, Saturdays, 10, 9 Central on CBS, and also streaming on Paramount+. And be sure to follow 48 Hours wherever you get your podcasts. You can also listen ad-free on the Amazon Music or Wondery app.
I wake up every single day and I cry and I miss her. It's so frustrating because you can look back and you wish you did more. Maybe my sister was scared to go to the law because her husband was a police officer.
Jones County District Attorney's Office. I believe Seth Peralt was an individual that had a lot of people fooled.
Say hi, honey. He doesn't want to say hi.
I think he hid behind a badge and wore a mask every day. Nice house, nice car, law enforcement. But behind that door to that house, he was pretty abusive.
Stop the camera. No, let's not. Let's tell the truth. Stop the camera. No.
Maybe she was scared to get out.
It's February 3rd, 2020. Set the scene for me. What happened?
I'm sitting at my desk in my office. That was it. And the phone rings, and it's the police chief. He said, I got Seth Peralt on the phone. He's told me his wife had killed herself. And I knew that we needed to get there and get this matter investigated and do it right.
Describe what you saw when you got to the scene.
Seth Peralt sitting on the front steps. He's sitting there, hands holding over his face. I asked him to go inside and search the house, and he gave consent for that.
Had you ever seen a suicide that looked like that?
I've never seen anything like that. Her body is flat on her back, her legs are almost together, and her arms are tucked against her side with her hands cupped. This wasn't right.
He's worked a lot of cases. He told me, he said, the scene is not right. There's something not adding up.
And the more we investigated, the odder it got.
Obviously, we have a death investigation here.
I asked him, would he come downtown to talk to us further?
I don't know how this happened.
He said that they were in bed and they were arguing.
All I know is my wife was upset. She looked at me and said, I can't do it no more.
He loved her. She was his world. He'd never done anything to harm her ever.
My wife looked at me and executed herself. And if you look at the logistics of it, you're going to see that I had nothing to do with it.
We all called Sheriff Sills that night and said, we know our sister didn't do this. We know she didn't take her own life, that he had something to do with this.
While looking in your face as a law enforcement officer, I did not do anything. I had nothing to do with it.
7 months later, the medical examiner's report comes out. And what does it say?
Suicide. Well, I was astounded.
Dr. Darsow is a renowned medical examiner. So her certification of suicide, we thought was basically open shut. You have to remember, she works for the state. I'm Justin Kinney, an attorney for Seth Peralt. It all came down to the forensics. Could the state actually prove that Seth had pulled the trigger and shot his wife in the head?
Just an hour and a half after Seth Peralt said his 44-year-old wife, Amanda, shot herself right in front of him, he was struggling to tell his story.
I'm in shock. My wife of 8 years that I love more than anything in this world. I don't know even where to start, sir. I've lost everything in my life.
44-year-old Peralt, then a police officer for the city of Eatonton, Georgia, told the county sheriff Howard Sills that his wife Amanda had shot herself in the head.
What did he say happened?
He said that they were in bed and they were arguing, and then all of a sudden she just produced the gun out of thin air and executed herself.
I just sat there and watched my wife execute herself.
In all my years of questioning anybody for suicide, I have never heard anybody use the term executed.
I knew she hadn't. I knew that he was lying.
From the very beginning, Angie and Alicia Johnson say they had questions about what happened to their sister Amanda.
We knew better. We knew our sister. Amanda loved life.
She wouldn't put us through this.
About 8 years earlier, in the fall of 2011, a recently divorced Amanda met Seth Peralt online.
I remember being kind of excited about it. He treated her differently from some of the past relationships she had been in where, you know, she wasn't respected.
Seth, battling cancer and unemployed at the time, seemed to fall for Amanda fast and hard.
And they moved in fairly quick. Like, he had her move in within 6 months of them meeting.
Seth was living an hour away with his mother, who was caring for him. But Angie says Amanda would quickly take over the role of Seth's caretaker.
When she moved out there, he didn't want her to work.
They say Seth's parents were paying all of the couple's bills and helping with expenses for Seth's daughter from a previous relationship.
So Seth was basically dependent on his family.
Very much.
Very much.
And Amanda was dependent on Seth.
For the longest time, like, he wouldn't let her have any kind of phone, cell phone, or anything like that. It would be his phone or a landline.
She didn't even have a car to drive. He monitored her constantly.
As time went on, Alicia and Angie say they saw less and less of their sister.
He kept us from being able to see her. So
She didn't come to like any of our Christmas events or like any of our events because she had to host for his family and cook for all of them.
Amanda lived with Seth for 5 years. Then, on June 23, 2017, the couple surprised everyone when they quietly went to the local courthouse and got married. Angie and Alicia believe the only reason Seth married their sister was to help him get custody of his daughter.
That's why I feel like he asked her to marry him.
Seth's custody battle had been going on for almost exactly a year at that point.
Do you think Seth marrying Amanda helped him gain custody?
Absolutely.
Seth's attorney, Justin Kenny.
If Amanda was going to be present in his daughter's life, they had to get married. I think that was one of the paramount issues for him to gain custody.
Kenny says Seth did love Amanda and his daughter and was just trying to do what he thought was best for everyone.
This was a guy that doted on his daughter. He was a family man. He would dote on his wife. I just thought he was a stand-up individual.
A few months after Amanda and Seth were married, he was granted custody of his daughter, A little over a year later, he was hired by the Eatonton Police Department, and his father bought him this house near Lake Oconee.
She loved their new home.
This should have been everything she hoped for.
Yeah, it was, you know, except for the relationship.
Alicia and Angie say they didn't know just how bad things had gotten, but were hearing more and more stories of fighting fueled by alcohol.
I've heard stories in interviews that, you know, when they were sober, they were loving toward one another. But it's when alcohol came into the mix, that's when it became toxic.
A little over a year after joining the police force, Seth fell down some stairs at the couple's home and had to go on medical leave. Now, along with the alcohol, there were pain pills, and the sisters say the fighting seemed to be escalating.
You could hear it, like on phone calls.
His tone and demeanor around her.
I would ask, do you want me to call 911? Can I call 911?
She would tell you, no, don't call. You know, we've just been drinking. Everything will be okay later on. Maybe she knew her situation would become even worse, you know.
Then things did get worse. On January 28, 2020, just days before her death, Amanda called 911.
Putnam County Sheriff's Office, would you help, please? Yes, thank you.
She called me. She had barricaded herself in a back bedroom.
It's my husband. He's putting his hands on me.
She ended up having to run next door.
He locked me out of the house, and I'm just trying to get my things out of the house, please. She's at the neighbor's house right now.
Another sheriff's dispatcher was alerted.
And she said her husband is an officer with the Eatonton Police Department.
That second dispatcher said he knew Seth Peralt and said he had a reputation.
I ain't supposed to know this, but he's been out of work with his back, and apparently he's over there whipping up on her ass.
Seth made local headlines when he was arrested on charges of simple battery and family violence.
She told me, would I come get her the next morning? And I told her yes, to make sure to pack everything, have it ready.
Instead, Amanda decided to attend Seth's bond hearing. When the judge agreed to release Seth on bail, he asked Amanda if she wanted a stay-away order added. Amanda said no, and then let Seth come home.
Because she was scared. She knew he was mad. She knew that it was public that he had been arrested. He's a police officer. You know, I have to bring him home and make this right. I talked to her the day he got out, and I said, how are things? And she said, he's being unusually nice.
Alicia says she doubted Seth's new attitude and felt that underneath he must be seething, knowing that if he was convicted on abuse charges, he was in danger of losing custody of his daughter and his job.
He knew he was going to embarrass his family, and he had already put himself up here on this pedestal like he was king, and then to be humiliated in front of people, I think it made him very angry.
Alicia says Amanda was terrified and looking for a way out.
We were all on a chain message, and we were telling her, just get out, divorce him, tell his father that you don't want anything but a vehicle. And she said, I'm not trying to get killed.
Just 5 days later, Amanda was dead. Sheriff Howard Sills says that from the very start of his investigation into the death of Amanda Peralt, he wasn't buying her husband's story.
I knew something was wrong the day I walked in the house.
For starters, the position of Amanda's body, depicted in this 48 hours animation based on the crime scene photos, left Sills certain that Amanda could not have shot herself.
Okay, this is the actual gun.
Also of concern to Sills was the way this Smith & Wesson 380, which belonged to Seth, was found lying next to Amanda's body with its magazine ejected.
The magazine, it was near her right side, and the pistol itself was way down here below her left foot.
What made the ejected magazine even more curious, says Sills, is the fact that there was a bullet found inside the gun's chamber.
It's a semi-automatic gun, so when it fires, the slide comes back, the spent cartridge casing is ejected, and it picks up the next round.
Because of that bullet in the chamber, the magazine had to be ejected after the gun was fired, says Sills. And unless the gun is defective, the only way to eject the magazine is to push this button.
Now, don't do this at home, but when you do this, how are you going to get your hand, your second hand around there to do it?
There was also no blood on Amanda's hands or the long sleeves of her shirt, and something else caught the sheriff's eye.
In the middle of the closet, on the floor, was a damp green towel that somebody had dried off with it. No doubt about that.
One of the first deputies on the scene said Seth smelled like shampoo. Also alarming, the bedroom was littered with 20 miniature bottles of Fireball whiskey, all of them empty. Sills says he didn't have the manpower to process the scene, so he called in agents from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. While they collected physical evidence and Amanda's body was transported to the state medical examiner, Sills focused on Seth.
He came in and sat right in this blue leather chair.
Seth spoke to Sills in his office for over an hour without an attorney present.
I'm not going to lie to you. I have no reason to lie to you.
I wanted to know what had happened that day. How did the magazine get out of the gun? How did the gun get where it was? Did you touch that gun today?
The 380?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been like, no.
Today?
No, sir.
How does her body get into that position?
No answer.
Because he never touched her.
No, never touched her.
But Sills says that didn't make any sense, so he kept pressing. And then Seth changed his story.
How are you? Maybe I did. I don't know. I probably did touch her. I was probably hugging the out of her. And I was probably like, I'm so, like, honey, what the hell's going on?
Sheriff Sills says Seth tried several times to deflect questions with his badge.
I take pride in being a good law enforcement agent.
And I can't remember how many times he looked me in the eye and said, I'm a good police officer.
I'm a good officer. I'm a good police officer. I'm a good police officer. I'm a good officer. I'm a good police officer.
Amanda, he said, also knew what a good cop he was and how assault charges would ruin both their lives.
She hated to see my reputation destroyed on the news because she knows what a good police officer I am. And she was so worried I'd lose my daughter. She wanted to come down here and tell you that it was a lie.
Seth insisted that Amanda had lied the day she called 911 and felt so bad about it that she wanted to confess to perjury.
He said that she had written something that she intended to bring to me, recanting what she had told the deputies, and he told me where it was.
This handwritten letter was found in Amanda's nightstand. It reads in part, I, Amanda Perrault, would like to retract my statement. My husband never put his hands on me ever. I feel horrible for the humiliation I put my husband and my family through. I am willing to take any punishment I may deserve for what I have done.
I don't deny she wrote it, but look at the penmanship. There's not the slightest error of any kind. What we've got here is an inexperienced police officer dictating what's to be written.
Like Sills, Amanda's sisters are certain Seth was behind the letter.
She wrote it, but she was coached. I think he was telling her, I need you to write this to get me out of trouble.
But Seth told Sills he was not about to let Amanda confess to lying to authorities.
I knew if she came down here, it was a false statement and a felony. I knew it.
But according to Seth, Amanda couldn't take the guilt anymore, so she put his gun to her head and pulled the trigger.
She looked at me and said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I put you through this. Boom. I couldn't even say a word. Sheriff, it was done.
Seth tried to convince Sills that Amanda killed herself because her call to 911 had potentially ruined their lives. But the sheriff didn't see that as a reason for suicide. Instead, he saw a motive for murder. Believing that Amanda would never take her own life, this made sense to her sisters as well.
He had to make it look like she took her life so that he could be cleared of all this wrongdoing.
Sheriff Sills says he was convinced that Seth Perrault was somehow involved in his wife's death. But that day, he felt he didn't have enough to arrest him.
I wanted to see if I could get some more evidence. And I did.
One of the clues that convinced Sheriff Sills that Seth Perrault wasn't telling the truth were his actions just 20 minutes before he reported his wife Amanda was dead. That's when Sills' deputy, Terrell Abernathy, arrived at his front door, trying to deliver paperwork on an upcoming case.
They had one of those video doorbell things, and I rang that.
The scene was captured in this video.
I expected him to answer the door, and I expected to hand him his copy of the subpoena. I mean, you're a policeman, you know how this works.
Abernathy says he could tell someone was home.
And what'd you hear?
I heard footsteps or footfalls, heavy ones. I'm announcing myself, who I am, what it is. I even turned my back to the door. I don't care if you're in your underwear, just answer the door and take the paper.
He waited 7 minutes and then left, subpoena still in hand.
In my heart, I believe that Amanda Perrault had already been shot when Abernathy rang the doorbell. I think he was concerned that somebody heard the gunshot, and that's why he didn't go to the door.
District Attorney Wright Barksdale believes Seth was trying to figure out what to do next.
Think about this. He's in the process of staging this scene, and he hears the doorbell ring. Can you imagine what was going through his mind?
But attorney Justin Kenney says that is not what happened.
Why didn't they come to the door when Deputy Abernathy rang that bell?
Fear of what he's bringing. Seth is afraid that his ex is about to serve him with custody modification paperwork.
What does that say happened after that?
So I believe there is a heated discussion that takes place. He lays down, diffuse the situation, he lays down to take a nap. He awoke to Amanda mumbling something, whispering something, and her pulling the trigger and shooting herself.
Kenney points out that Amanda was impaired by alcohol, 3 times the legal limit when tested by the medical examiner. That and the escalating tension in her marriage became a deadly combination.
The nice house, the daughter, the financial security, all of this was crumbling around Amanda. And then you tack on a 0.23 blood alcohol content. She thought that that was the only way to fix it, to end it.
She was really drunk.
Absolutely.
Maybe she accidentally shot the gun.
How'd she accidentally get the magazine out of it? How'd she accidentally get posed as she was?
Sills was also very troubled because Seth didn't call 911 when his wife allegedly shot herself. Instead, Perrault called his boss, the Eatonton chief of police, on his cell phone. 48 hours made several unsuccessful attempts to reach the former chief for comment.
Obviously, we're not going to have a recording of that, and they have at least a 20-minute conversation before I'm called.
Hoping the Perrault's neighbors had heard something the day Amanda died, Sills had Deputy Abernathy go back to the Perrault house to question them. What he learned made Sills even more suspicious about Seth's involvement in Amanda's death.
We found out that there had been a true pattern of domestic violence for years and years.
Neighbors said the couple could be heard fighting nearly every day, and in their eyes, Seth was almost always the aggressor.
They told stories about a physical altercation between Seth and Amanda where he actually grabbed her by the back of the hair and pulled her down and pushed her into the driveway.
One neighbor told Abernathy that he would often stand by in case things got really violent.
He talked about how at times he would just stand in the yard and just wait to see if he needed to call 911 because it was so violent over there.
Another neighbor said that Amanda had twice made this chilling comment.
That if she were to wind up dead, that Peralta is the one that did it, and she made this neighbor promise that she would insist that her death be investigated as homicide.
Did anyone call the police?
No.
Why not?
Well, one of the answers was that, well, we were scared to call because he was the police.
It's hurtful. It's hurtful. And this is why I wanted to do this show, is to make sure that people know to speak up.
The day Amanda died, the neighbors said they didn't hear a thing. The only witness to what happened was Seth Peralta, and Sills was sure he couldn't trust him after the interview in his office.
According to Seth, they take the child to school, they come back home, and they go nowhere at all other than down the street to the convenience store. Well, that didn't happen. He lied.
Sills says the proof was on this surveillance camera footage of the couple, found 12 miles away at this drive-through liquor store, where Amanda bought those 20 miniature bottles of Fireball whiskey.
She drives up this drive-in window. Right there's the camera that catches the truck.
I see it.
Simultaneously, Seth was captured on a camera next door at this convenience store.
You see him walk, and he actually comes down, I believe it's this aisle, and he walks and he gets something to drink.
This video, says Barksdale, would become a crucial piece of evidence, not because of what was purchased, but because of what Seth was wearing. This Pink Floyd t-shirt and these black athletic pants. Nearly 4 hours later, when sheriff's deputies arrived at the Peralta home to investigate Amanda's death, Seth was wearing something else.
When we get there, he is dressed in shorts and a dark t-shirt.
And the clothing Seth was wearing in the video?
We found those in the washing machine.
The clothing was dry and had clearly not been laundered. But there was that deputy who had reported that Seth smelled freshly washed. And there was that damp towel that was found on the closet floor.
Seth says he took a bath.
Seth's attorney, Justin Kenny, says Seth did wash up at some point.
After you take a bath, you're going to change clothes. There was no evidence that the washing machine had actually been turned on. It looked like the washing machine was being used as a laundry basket.
Only a tiny speck of blood was found on the backside of Peralta's pants, and a trace amount of gunpowder residue was found on his left hand when tested.
They did it 3 hours later after potential contamination from being at the police station.
Amanda's hands were never tested, and the gun was never dusted for fingerprints. But Sills felt he now had enough evidence to make an arrest. Just 2 days after Amanda's shooting, now former Eatonton police officer Seth Peralta was taken into custody.
Sheriff Sills called me and let me know that they were going to arrest him for her murder. And my whole family just was so relieved and happy that
she was getting justice.
Yes.
But before a grand jury could hear the evidence and decide if there was enough to go to trial, COVID shut down the courts. Seth would sit in this jail for nearly 9 months until that autopsy report was released by the medical examiner, declaring Amanda's death a suicide. Her decision was based primarily on the lack of gunpowder around the wound, which meant the gun would have to have been right up against Amanda's head when it went off, and there were no signs of a struggle.
Nobody is just going to allow somebody to put a gun to their head and pull the trigger without putting up some sort of fight.
The first thing I just called the DA. I said, you're not going to believe this.
Did you think maybe you made a mistake?
Absolutely not. We're going to take every bit of the evidence and try to piece this thing together.
But Justin Kenny did think the prosecution was making a mistake and that the autopsy report was all the evidence needed to defend Seth Perrault.
I mean, it seemed pretty open shut to me.
It was November 3rd, 2020, and Seth Perrault, still unindicted, had been in jail for nearly 9 months. When COVID restrictions finally eased, a grand jury was set to decide if there was enough evidence against him to go to trial.
And you know the first thing I put up for that grand jury to see?
The crime scene pictures.
No, ma'am. The autopsy report that said suicide. Ladies and gentlemen, the State Crime Lab medical examiner says this was a suicide. Now, I'm going to show you the evidence I found.
Members of the grand jury did see the crime scene photos and heard evidence of domestic abuse, and quickly decided that despite the medical examiner's report, Seth Perrault should face a jury of his peers.
What were the charges?
Malice murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault.
Perrault pled not guilty to all charges. At his trial in February of 2022, he decided not to testify, leaving defense attorney Justin Kenny to tell his story.
I think there was a complete absence of sufficient evidence that Seth killed his wife.
The prosecution showed a jury of 8 women and 4 men the crime scene photos, including the way Amanda's body and the gun were found. They also heard testimony from that sheriff's deputy who thought Seth smelled freshly showered. They watched the footage of Deputy Abernathy at the Perrault's front door and listened to all 60 minutes of Perrault's interview with Sheriff Sills.
I don't know how this happened.
District Attorney Barksdale says that some of the most compelling evidence was found on Amanda's cell phone, like this video she recorded 7 months prior to her death.
It's sad because you know what? I married you, and I'm not gonna, dude, you're done.
I'm done.
Amanda's sisters were seeing the video for the first time.
It made me angry.
I want to have a good weekend.
You bring that up when you try to put that phone in my face.
What phone in your face?
Oh, right there. Oh, you're videotaping.
Yeah, because you're being a and I'm gonna show you
so
tomorrow.
You didn't videotape all the you when you hit me and smacked me.
Hit you? Yeah. You fucking choked me 8 times.
The video was problematic, but it doesn't show everything that took place. Seth also states that she had acted violently toward him as well.
There was no evidence of Seth having been abused introduced at trial. But Amanda's phone also contained photos of her with bruises, a black eye, and a split lip, along with texts like this one to her sisters. Seth just choked me till I nearly passed out, busted my lip wide open.
I was scared that one of them might get hurt.
This is Seth's then 8-year-old daughter being interviewed by a forensic child psychologist. Remember, she was a witness to what happened the day Amanda called 911.
They were cussing at each other. Miss Amanda was cussing too, but she didn't touch Daddy at all. Daddy was like touching her nose like this, like, get out of my house right now.
The jury was shown most of the interview.
She was on the floor like this, trying to get her stuff. Then all of a sudden, Daddy just started grabbing her arms, and Daddy just pushed her over the laundry table, and then opened the door and pushed her out the door.
While her father spent the night in jail, she said Amanda begged her not to tell anyone what happened, or there could be deadly consequences.
Amanda tells her that night, if your daddy loses custody of you, He's going to shoot me dead.
Your daddy would come shoot me dead.
But when Barksdale called the now 10-year-old to the witness stand, she said she couldn't recall what happened that day or what she said in the interview.
She, I think, felt really torn. I seen her look at her dad a couple times. I felt like she was more careful about what she was saying, like somebody had been coaching her.
In cross-examination, the defense asked if anyone had coached her on what to say. She said no. But Justin Kenny says he believes another prosecution witness may have been coached, a jailhouse informant named Jack Falk, who had shared a dorm block with Seth Perrault.
Jack Falk has a criminal history, I believe, 28 pages long, numerous contacts with the police, and he had every incentive to lie and make up a story.
Falk had come forward 3 weeks before the medical examiner's report was released, claiming he had valuable information about Amanda's death.
He knew things that only Seth Perrault could have told him.
In these 2 handwritten letters, Falk claimed that Seth told him the camera catching him with the clothes on was his biggest concern. He also claimed that Seth said he had been giving Amanda painkillers all day and that she was passed out at the time of her death.
I think he was in the bed with her after she was passed out and held the gun against her head.
He was behind her.
Behind her or slightly to the side.
The defense argued that Amanda shot herself because her lies about Seth assaulting her had potentially ruined their lives. Furthermore, only that tiny trace of gunshot residue was found on Perrault's left hand, and there was just that one speck of blood found on his clothing. Justin Kenny says the hardest thing for the defense to explain was the way Amanda's body was found.
We knew that it was going to be a problem. The body had to be moved in some way, had to be touched in some way.
Kenny says there is one explanation that makes sense to him, something Perrault said in his interview with Sheriff Sills.
I probably did touch her. I was probably hugging the out of her.
And that would potentially account for her arms being by her sides.
As for the way Seth's gun was found beside Amanda's body with the ejected magazine by her side, the defense hired an expert who testified he fired the gun 6 times, and after one of those firings, the magazine spontaneously ejected.
It shows that that firearm can drop the magazine when it's fired.
Howard Sills took that very gun out and shot it several times. The GBI examined that gun, didn't notate in their report any malfunctions whatsoever.
Dr. Laura, L-O-R-A, Darasaw.
Then there was the medical examiner, Laura Darasaw. Barksdale called her to the stand and asked her to explain how she came to her conclusion of suicide as the manner of death.
What I wanted the jury and for her to see, she did not consider all the evidence. She had not considered Seth's daughter's interview. She had not considered the cell phone data, the prior domestic abuse.
You didn't videotape all the
But Dr. Darasaw defended her conclusion, and in this statement to 48 Hours, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation backed her up. Our agency stands behind the original expert opinion of Perrault's death.
Were you worried at all about the verdict?
When I try to remind myself, it is my job to pursue justice and to present a case for the jury to consider. And if they were to walk him out the door, I would be able to look to Amanda Perrault's family and say, we did everything we could.
Go inside the case and see more of the evidence at 48hours.com.
When they called us all back in, we all just held hands and dropped our head.
It had been just under 2.5 hours when the jury in the murder trial of Seth Perrault announced that they had reached a verdict.
I just remember praying, saying, God, just please, please do this for our family. Let us have justice for our sister.
And justice is what they feel they got. The verdict, guilty of murder.
It was bittersweet because we got justice, but it didn't bring her back. It didn't bring our best friend back.
That same day, Perrault was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole.
I want many years of him praying to God and being on his knees that he would have took his own life instead of my sister's.
Justin Kenny says he believes an innocent man is now behind bars for life.
My heart sank. I've known Seth for almost a decade now, and I don't think he did it.
Every August on her birthday, Amanda's sisters honor her memory by releasing love letters tied to purple balloons.
I love you, Amanda. I hope you're having a beautiful birthday in heaven.
Happy birthday, dear Amanda. Happy birthday to you.
In 2022, the notes also included the National Domestic Abuse Hotline number.
And hopefully this will find somebody that really needs it.
We just want to create awareness around domestic abuse and for people to don't sit back and just let it happen, no matter what the victim is telling you. Fight for them, you know, help them any way you can. There's so many things I wish I could go back now and do different. I wish I could go back and save her.
You're gonna save somebody with this.
I hope so.
Taken from her friends and family too soon.
She was artistic, she was creative, she was smart, she was feisty.
A murderer roams free for too long.
There was that constant fear. Is this gonna happen again?
You will never forget Sarah Yarborough. 48 Hours, next on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
I'm Anne-Marie Green, and welcome to Postmortem. And whether you're new to 48 Hours or a longtime fan, we're answering your biggest questions from our episode, The Death of an Officer's Wife. This is a special one to me because I was the correspondent on this case. And I'm joined now by producer Judy Ryback, who reported and produced on this episode. So welcome, Judy.
Thank you. It is really good to be here for my first ever podcast.
So before we get to our postmortem, let's listen to an overview of this week's episode. It was February 3rd, 2020, when Seth Perrault, then a police officer for the city of Eatonton, Georgia, reported his 44-year-old wife, Amanda, had shot and killed herself. Putnam County Sheriff Howard Sills was in charge of the investigation.
He said that they were in bed and they were arguing, and then all of a sudden, she just produced the gun out of thin air and executed herself.
But Sills says from the start, he wasn't buying Perrault's story. For one thing, the crime scene didn't look like a suicide to the sheriff.
Her body is flat on her back, her legs are almost together, and her arms are tucked against her side with her hands cupped. This wasn't right.
Also of concern to Sills was the way this Smith & Wesson .380, which belonged to Seth Perrault, was found lying next to Amanda's body with its magazine ejected.
The magazine, it was near her right side, and the pistol itself was way down here below her left foot.
There's something not adding up.
District Attorney Wright Barksdale points to the fact that just 6 days before Amanda Perrault's death, she had called 911 and had her husband arrested on charges of simple battery and family violence. The next day, he made bond.
I think he hid behind a badge and wore a mask every day. Nice house, law enforcement. But behind that door to that house, he was pretty abusive.
Based in part on the crime scene and allegations of abuse, Barksdale charged 44-year-old Perrault with murder. But 7 months later, the medical examiner in the case issued her report, ruling Amanda Perrault's death a suicide.
When you're working with Judy, you get every transcript. You get any piece of evidence that, the investigators are willing to give. Every phone call you've had with everyone we're about to interview. You're really detailed. And so when you said to me you were struggling with this hour, why did you find putting this together so challenging?
I think for me, honestly, it's not the case itself, because for me the evidence is so clear. Like, it just speaks so loudly, and it's interesting. For me, it was because it was a domestic violence case. I think that's what was really bothering me, and the notion that that Amanda was trying to get out and didn't get out in time.
Yeah. And I know, and we sort of talked about this, that yes, it was a toxic relationship. Yes, neither of these people were perfect. But you were really cognizant of putting together the hour in a way that we would not be blaming Amanda for what happened to her.
Yeah, well, that's what we do at 48 Hours. We're very, very sensitive to victims, because nobody deserves to be murdered, no matter who you are or what you've done, whatever. We don't blame the victim at all.
Yeah.
And we're really, we're fair and balanced, because we go bend over backwards to be always fair and balanced. But we honor the victims and their families.
Yeah. I know for me, this was sort of classic red flags when it comes to a domestic violence situation, a very toxic relationship, alienation. And, increasingly she had become dependent on Seth. But I really do feel like there was some manipulation.
Oh, yeah. I feel like there was a lot of manipulation from the start. And remember, she was always dependent on him, right? From the very start. He had her move in with him and reportedly wouldn't let her get a job. Yeah, so she was completely dependent on him.
Yeah. The idea of being married to a police officer, like everything on the surface of this looked so perfect. You have a young family, police officer, a beautiful house, a boat in the driveway. I mean, it was all an illusion of this kind of perfect suburbia living. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Yeah.
So let's dig into the case. And the key question when it comes to this case is who pulled the trigger, right? Was it a suicide? Was it a murder? And I'm going to throw something else in, too. Was it an accidental suicide? Because that's something that Seth's lawyers sort of raised, that maybe she had shot herself by accident because, she was inebriated. They had been drinking.
A lot.
So can you talk a little bit about the medical examiner's ruling? Because that was the moment, right, that I heard gasps when I was sitting and watching the hour, where people were like, oh, how did the medical examiner rule this a suicide when everything about the case seems so odd?
Right. Not only how, but the timing of it, right? Like, they were still in the middle of investigating the case. And suddenly this report comes out and everybody was stunned. I mean, everybody was stunned. Often when you have a gunshot directly to the temple, Emmys tend to rule suicide. Because who else is going to get that close to you? And, you have to kind of stand still to be shot this way, right? So I think their theory is it's not a struggle. There's no struggle. There is a gunshot right to the temple. And I can't believe she looked at the crime scene photos and saw a suicide. I don't see how.
And she didn't budge on the stand. And you've done a lot of 48 Hours. So one of the things that you were telling me was that, often medical examiners do disagree with investigators, but not like this. It's usually the other way around. An investigator might say, I think it's a suicide, and the medical examiner says, no, you should take a second look. So this was a little odd.
Very odd to me.
The other thing that shocked people, too, was the same thing that shocked the sheriff. The position of Amanda's body. I don't know about you when you talk to some of your friends, but I know my friends, that was the other thing that they kept on talking about, where her hands were positioned, where the gun was positioned, the way the gun broke apart.
Like, how does she end up like that? You know, like straight out like a mummy with her hands cupped by her side.
In fact, let's play a little of what Sheriff Sills has to say.
The magazine, it was near her right side, and the pistol itself was way down here below her left foot.
And there was a bullet in the gun. So remember, he explained to us that you have to, if the magazine falls out, how is there a bullet? The magazine has to eject another bullet into the gun and then it falls out?
Right.
It doesn't happen that way.
Right. The gun was not tested for fingerprints.
Right.
And also not tested for the gunpowder residue, right? Which, you know, you go, what are you talking about? The gunpowder residue would let you know if she committed suicide because it'd be all over her
would
hands.
Be all over her
But there's
hands.
a big but with that.
Right, right. I've been told by a lot of DAs and detectives at this point, they don't really rely on it because when you shoot off a gun, GSR, gunshot residue, goes all over the place, and yeah.
So it might not have proven anything whether she was holding the gun or not. The gun was so close to her that anyone else would have gotten.
Right. What is interesting is that they found a bit of it on his hand, right?
Right.
But
it was his gun.
But it was his gun, and he was a cop, but he had been off duty for a while, right? And he could have showered, and there could have been just a little bit left.
Yeah.
Oh, the other thing is, there's no blood. So how do you shoot yourself and not get blood on your hand and the sleeve of your shirt? It just doesn't make sense.
So, yeah, when Sheriff Sills sort of acts this out, it seems impossible. And certainly the way Amanda's body was, you wouldn't sort of shoot yourself and then wind up in that position. But on the flip side, what Sheriff Sills was suggesting was that Seth somehow got behind her, was able to crouch down behind her. I mean, what he's suggesting as the alternative reality, I guess, is also not very easy to do.
No, it's not real easy to wrap your brain around. Right? There was no room for him to crouch down. I mean, I just don't really get it. We could play homicide detective for hours.
So, like I said, Judy gives you everything that they've acquired about a case. And one of the things that I listened to was the tapes of Seth's interrogation by Sheriff Sills. Okay, so that's where he's sort of explaining why her body was in this strange position. And he initially says, I didn't touch her. And it felt a lot to me. It felt like someone who was lying. It felt like someone who was just trying to keep the conversational ball in the air, but not actually answering any of the questions. I want to play a little bit.
Maybe I did. I don't know. I probably did touch her. I was probably hugging the out of her. And I was probably like, I'm so, like, honey, what the hell's going on?
Then he says, well, maybe I hugged her. And it was a lot of that, wasn't it, Judy, in the conversation? A lot of kind of jumping around, being unclear, deflecting.
Yeah. Kept wanting to talk about what a great police officer he was and how Amanda thought he was such a great police officer and how important it was to her and to him. And yeah.
I'm a good officer. I'm a good police officer. I'm a good police officer. I'm a good officer.
It really sounds a little bit like he's trying to manipulate the sheriff. And then he uses the word, my wife executed herself.
He said that they were in bed and they were arguing, and then all of a sudden she just produced the gun out of thin air and executed herself.
I just sat there and watched my wife execute herself.
In all my years of questioning anybody for suicide, I have never heard anybody use the term executed.
During the interview with Sheriff Sills, That was a word that jumped out at him. And he is like, I've never heard anyone speak like that.
Yeah, I've never heard that either. In my 13 years at 48 Hours, I have never heard anyone use the word execute.
You know, people should know that you really worked hard to get somebody to speak on Seth's behalf.
Yes, it was very difficult, yeah.
You spent a lot of time talking to his mother. And his mother really felt like the sheriff had it out for Seth.
Yeah. The defense seemed to be that Seth was a good guy and that he was the victim of some sort of conspiracy. You know, the sheriff was out to get the local police chief, and Seth got caught in the middle of some battle between the sheriff and the local police chief,
right.
And he was sort of like roadkill, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Sheriff Sills is sort of like a fixture in Putnam County. He's been sheriff for a really long time. But the sort of line there is that he grew up in the courthouse because he had actually been adopted by the district attorney of the county. So he had always been around law enforcement, the courthouse, and then eventually grew up to become sheriff. That's part of the reason why she felt that, you know, the tentacles of Sheriff Sills could be long and influential in the county.
Yeah, I mean, he does have long, influential tentacles in the county, you know, but has he used them for evil? I mean, there's no evidence of that, right? So, and there was no evidence that he was going to cross the thin blue line, you know, or that he wasn't, you know, I should say, that he was going after a police officer, you know, and he, in his words, he felt like that put more pressure on him, right? Because it was one of their own, and they did have to be super careful and make sure that they got it right, because he was a police officer, so...
I feel like almost every time that I spoke to you sort of leading up to our shoots, you would say, I just got off the phone with Seth's mom. You really did spend a lot of time talking to her. You had lunch with her on your birthday.
Yeah, the life of a 48 Hours producer. Yeah.
We couldn't get her to go on camera.
No.
What was her concern?
You know, I don't know how to answer that question, actually. I mean, because we did spend so much time on the phone, hours and hours and hours on the phone with this woman, and listening to her story and really trying to understand her defense of her son. And I wanted her to come on camera and say that. I wanted her to come on camera and tell us what kind of man he was, because she was painting him to be, you know, the good guy.
Yeah. So we have a lot more to talk about. We're going to get into the possible motive for this murder, Seth's daughter, that incredible interview video, and a possible jailhouse confession. We'll be right back. Welcome back. So Seth's mom is, you know, characterizing, she's telling you that her son's a good guy, that he loved Amanda. But then on the flip side, you have a guy who just became a police officer. He's got a bit of a reputation for roughing up his wife. Other officers know about it. And we actually sort of hear it in a 911 call when an officer is heading over to the house after hearing about a disturbance. I want to play that 911 call.
Putnam County Sheriff's Office, could you help, please?
Yes, thank you.
She called me. She had barricaded herself in a back bedroom.
It's my husband. He's putting his hands on me.
She ended up having to run next door.
He locked me out of the house, and I'm just trying to get my things out of the house, please. She's at the neighbor's house right now.
Another sheriff's dispatcher was alerted.
And she said her husband is an officer with the Eatonton Police Department.
That second dispatcher said he knew Seth Peralt and said he had a reputation.
I ain't supposed to know this, but he's been out of work with his back, and apparently he's over there whipping up on her ass.
Seth's arrested for domestic assault. Even after that, after the arrest, Amanda refuses a stay-away order, and so Seth is able to come back. And she doesn't survive much longer after that.
Right. That call was her first call to the police ever, right? And just a few days before she was shot, yeah.
Why do you think she let Seth come back?
He was totally in control, right? And we've talked about this. She loved his daughter, right? So they had custody of his daughter, and
yeah. Like, as I'm remembering it now, she didn't have a job. She didn't have a car.
Right, she had
and
nothing.
I even feel like she didn't have a cell phone that she could use
might
regularly.
have at that point.
Okay.
Yeah. But she went a long time without her own cell phone.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, she really was restricted and felt she had few options, but she did have her sisters. And her sisters felt like there was another reason why she would not insist on Seth being kept away from her. I want to play Alicia's sound.
Because she was scared. She knew he was mad. She knew that it was public, that he had been arrested. He's a police officer. I have to bring him home and make this right.
Seth's potential motive. The suggestion from the sheriff, from the prosecutor, is that after he was arrested for domestic violence, everything about his world there's a risk of it all unraveling.
Right.
It was already sort of barely hanging together.
Right.
This facade of suburban success and peace.
Yes.
And with the removal of one piece, which would have been his job, everything else could have fallen apart.
Yeah, so I think he was panicking.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to lose his job and potentially lose custody of his daughter. And he had Amanda write that note. And he wanted her to take it down to the sheriff's department. And I think he forced her to write the note because that's sort of what it looks like, right? And that's what the sheriff says and the DA. The language is not, it's just bizarre. It's a bizarre letter.
It's a really weird letter. I want to play some of what Sheriff Sills had to say that sort of stuck out to him.
He said that she had written something that she intended to bring to me, recanting what she had told the deputies, and he told me where it was.
This handwritten letter was found in Amanda's nightstand. It reads in part, I, Amanda Perrault, would like to retract my statement. My husband never put his hands on me ever. I feel horrible for the humiliation I put my husband and my family through. I am willing to take any punishment I may deserve for what I have done.
So the odd word is punishment. I mean, who writes that?
Yeah.
If you say that, I was wrong, I was dishonest, it's never happened, then that's all you write. You don't say, punish me, please. I don't know.
It was bizarre. To me, that's the biggest piece of evidence that proves motive.
Right.
Yeah. And I think she might have refused to take it down to the sheriff's department and was planning on leaving him.
Yeah.
And if she left him, that was it, right?
Yeah.
There was no defense in the abuse. The child would have been taken away.
Right. And for Sheriff Sills, because he's got a little bit of an intuition, it wasn't just the wording, it was the way it was written. You actually brought a copy of the letter here. I mean, when you look at this, not only is the penmanship perfect, and some people have perfect penmanship. I am not one of those people.
It looks like a paper written for like a school class.
Completely.
Yeah.
The margins are perfect.
Yeah.
It just looks like somebody who had sort of written it over and over again until it was perfection. And those are the little things that when you have a lot of experience, when you've seen notes like this before, like the sheriff has, it just stands out. All right, we'll talk a little bit about the trial now, but when you listen to his daughter's interview, oh my gosh, because I listened to it again, and she's describing the fight that they had when officers were called.
They were cussing at each other. Miss Amanda was cussing too, but she didn't touch Daddy at all. Daddy was touching her nose like this, get out of my house right now.
The jury was shown most of the interview.
She was on the floor like this, trying to get her stuff. Then all of a sudden, Daddy just started grabbing her arms, and Daddy just pushed her over the laundry table, and then opened the door and pushed her out the door.
While her father spent the night in jail, she said Amanda begged her not to tell anyone what happened, or there could be deadly consequences.
Amanda tells her that night, if your daddy loses custody of you, he's going to shoot me dead.
Your daddy would come shoot me dead.
Can you imagine? You know, he is throwing her out of the house, and this poor little child is describing it in the way that she would have described a game that was being played in the schoolyard. You know, so-and-so went after so-and-so, and then so-and-so went after so-and-so. Your heart is breaking for her because this is not normal.
Right.
And I don't know if she knows it.
Right.
And then there was sort of some other video that was shown in the court from Amanda's cell phone that it's kind of the only glimpse that we have of what might have been going on behind the scenes.
Right.
Let's play some of that.
I want to have a good weekend.
You burn that up when you try to put that phone in my face.
What phone in your face?
Oh, right there. Oh, you're videotaping.
Yeah, because you're being and I'm going to show you
so
tomorrow.
You didn't videotape all the when you hit me and smacked me?
Hit you?
Yeah.
You fucking choked me 8 times.
So I've heard, I can't remember who said it, but someone said Amanda could give as good as she could get, right? And I don't know about that. I don't think that was equal. But she was a fighter. She would fight back.
Victims can also, at times, have the power
Sure,
to
you
try
want
to
them to
defend
have
them,
the power,
to try
yeah.
to fight back, to try and create boundaries.
Right.
Right? But at times they are overpowered. And what we saw was a power dynamic here that even when she fought back, she was always in the weaker position.
A power struggle, and she was always in the weaker position.
Yeah, totally. What was your take on this jailhouse confession? I know that they kind of like included it, but I didn't think they actually needed it.
I didn't think they needed it either, I'll never really be fully sure why they brought it in. And when we asked the DA about it, he said, well, you know, it was just another piece of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, part of that confession was, according to him, Seth saying that his biggest concern was the clothing, that they would see that he had changed his clothes.
Right. And
I
I
was
didn't
like,
really understand that because
Me
there was
neither.
no blood on that clothing anyway, right? So what's the big deal? And I really thought the defense attorney who did an interview with us, I thought that his explanation was pretty solid. Like, they had been out that morning.
Yeah.
He went home. He took a shower, changed his clothes, and got into bed, you know?
Let's talk about the defense attorney.
Yeah, please.
So, 48 Hours tried and tried and tried to get someone to talk on Seth's behalf. His mother had at times promised to come.
I
She had
really
promised
thought she
friends
was
would
going
come.
to,
She
yeah.
had all this sort of stuff, right? So, in the end, we got this defense attorney,
Justin Kenny.
Justin Kenny,
Right.
who I thought was great.
He was terrific.
What people need to know about Justin Kenny and the defense in general is he was not Seth's primary attorney.
Right. He wasn't the lead attorney on the case.
He wasn't the lead attorney. Can you sort of tell us how his defense evolved?
So Seth initially had a very well-known, well-heeled defense attorney who they were paying a lot of money for, and he passed away like a month before trial. And then Justin Kenny comes in at the last minute and has just a few weeks or a few days or a month or so to read into the case, which isn't really a lot. And then he gets stuck doing closing arguments.
Yeah, and the night before, he wrote the whole thing out himself, like really sort of last minute crunch time. So I really appreciated that he was willing to talk to us about the case. And I got to tell you, I mean, he really believes that Seth should not be behind bars.
Yeah, he was very passionate. I thought he did a very good job given the evidence and what he had to work with. But he really does believe that Seth is innocent. Yeah.
So kind of the most kind of challenging part of this story for me was speaking to Amanda's sisters.
Yeah.
And it was challenging because they were incredibly emotional. There were a lot of tears. And I just felt the weight of doing right by them.
Yeah.
Doing right by Amanda, and making sure that they got their story out.
We just want to create awareness around domestic abuse and for people to don't sit back and just let it happen, no matter what the victim is telling you.
They were glad that they had spoken for their sister, right?
Yeah.
Because that was what it was all about. Like, someone has to be the voice of Amanda and tell us her side of the story and who she was and what, what they saw in that relationship. I like to think that when viewers watch our show, they either see themselves or families see their daughters or cousins or sisters in Amanda, and they see the red flags and they think, oh, are there any of those red flags in this relationship? And should I be a little more vocal about that?
Fight for them, help them any way you can. There's so many things I wish I could go back now and do different. I wish I could go back and save her.
You're going to save somebody with this.
I hope so.
Be sure to join us next Tuesday for another postmortem. And if you're liking the show, please rate and review 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts and follow 48 Hours wherever you get your podcasts. You can also listen ad-free on Amazon Music, the Wondery app, or with a 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Where's the victim? Who's shot? Who is shot? Where's the victim?
On April 20th, 2022, my life changed forever.
So we've got EMS coming right now.
I was shot at point blank range 2 times.
Right here. This is the victim right here. First name Nikki, gunshot wound to the neck. All right.
It's a miracle she's alive. It's a miracle she wasn't killed.
You breathing okay? Okay. All right.
Someone wanted me dead. Honestly, it was a normal day. I had worked the night before. I worked the overnight shift. I'm a forensic scientist for the Minneapolis Police Department. After getting my child to school, I slept. I picked him up from school, and then he had a visit with his father that night.
What would you do while he's visiting with his dad?
So I typically would run errands, go grocery shopping, or do the things that were easier to do without my child.
When it's time for her to pick up her son, she steps out of her car and starts walking, like dozens of other times that she's done this.
I'm halfway in between my vehicle and the door, and this person comes running up from behind me. Shots were being fired. I fell to the ground, and the shooter stands over me and continues to try to shoot. I felt my neck and then could see the blood.
I was just driving home, and I saw a person run up to another person, and then I heard 2 bangs, and that other person collapsed. It maybe looked like a robbery or something. There was so fast.
That was the first thought. This must have been a robbery that was gone wrong.
Was this a drive-by?
Mistaken identity, or
Was she mugged?
maybe something related to work.
You do work for the police department. Did you think it might have something to do with work?
You know, I know a lot of people ask me that. I knew that this could happen, but I didn't want to believe it would.
Whoever did that knows she was coming to pick up her kid.
Did you recognize
No,
the assailant?
I didn't.
Could you tell the gender? Was it male or female?
So I thought it was male.
I was very sure it was a female shooter.
What is going on? Who could have done this?
I was coming out, and I saw the 2 people, and then all of a sudden I heard bang, bang.
As Emily Clancy later told police, she couldn't quite believe what she saw and heard on the evening of April 20th, 2022, as she drove home from having dinner with a friend.
I stopped right here at this intersection.
As soon as the light turned green, Emily sped through the intersection and pulled up next to the victim.
I opened the door, I said, "Are you okay?" And she said, "No, I've been shot."
Nicole Nicki Lenway Ford was shot and bleeding in the parking lot of Family Wise, a parenting center. The 33-year-old was no stranger to violence. She worked as a forensic scientist for the Minneapolis Police Department. And right after being shot, she called 911.
911, what is the address of the emergency?
She's barely breathing, could barely say any words other than her name. And I said, "Get in the car."
Emily took over the 911 call.
I could see that there was blood coming out of her neck.
And followed the dispatcher's instructions.
They said, "Put a jacket or something around her neck." And I said, "Yeah, I have one right here."
Within minutes, first responders arrived.
Were you the one that called? Where's the victim?
The dramatic scene was captured on police body cameras.
What's going on?
She was scared, really scared.
Got pressure on the neck. She got shot in the arm as well.
She was in a lot of pain. She was having a hard time breathing. I just looked her in the eyes and I said, "Nikki, we've got this. We got this. Just stay with me." I don't think we can ever recreate how powerful of a moment that was. I just wanted her to know that she wasn't alone in this. And if that was the only thing I could give to this poor girl, like, that would mean something to me.
Okay, all right, dear. Can you walk? We're gonna get outside. We're gonna go into the ambulance. Bring you to the hospital, all right?
One of the most surprising things about the video is that you had to walk to the ambulance. I couldn't believe it. Were you aware of how badly injured you were?
I don't think so. I think I was in shock, maybe. I didn't realize how bad it was.
Try not to move your head left or right, okay?
Nicole was loaded into the ambulance and soon lost consciousness.
Breaking news tonight, a woman is in the hospital after...
The news spread quickly that a Minneapolis police employee had been shot. Nicole's then boyfriend, MPD officer Donovan Ford, was at home. What is it like to get that phone call that the woman you love has just been shot?
I had no words. I went flying down to the hospital. I was panicked.
When Donovan arrived at the Hennepin County Medical Center, he wasn't prepared for what he saw.
She was basically unconscious. She had tubes down her throat and all that.
When you did finally get to talk to a doctor, what did they tell you?
She's in bad shape. We're gonna do our best to, save her life, essentially.
Nicole had a perforated lung, severe damage to her vocal cords, and a bullet lodged between two of her ribs. She was in critical condition.
I'm in law enforcement, so when they say critical, that means essentially they're close to the end. And where she was shot, typically people don't survive. I was praying a lot.
As doctors rushed to save Nicole, outside the Family Wise Parenting Center, her colleagues at the police department got to work.
Can you throw up some tape? We've got casings right over here.
On the ground, they found 3 discharged bullet casings and blood. They quickly learned that Nicole had been at Family Wise to pick up her son, who was on a scheduled visit with his father, her ex, Tim Amaker. Officers caught up with Tim as he was finishing up his visit with their 5-year-old son, Callahan. He had been at the center for hours.
And then you've been in the back with your son the whole time?
Yes, in the community, Tim Amaker was well-liked and a respected local Taekwondo instructor. Tim seemed worried about Nicole.
Is she okay? Is she gonna be fine? I mean, she's stable right now, but it's really serious.
And he had an idea about what may have happened. He thought it had something to do with a case she worked.
She was afraid because she thought people were driving by her house. She changed her last name to her middle name. She shut down her social media. She had drive-bys of Minneapolis coming through her house all the time. She had me bring over my shotgun to her house. She was in fear.
But police didn't find any obvious connections to Nicole's cases. They searched Tim's Jeep and asked if he owned any other cars.
This is your only car? No, I have a Dodge Challenger too.
And then let him go. Police continue to look for evidence, canvassing the building and surrounding area, searching for security footage, and discovered the cameras from FamilyWise, a bank across the street, and an elementary school around the corner had captured every second. The first images are Nicole arriving to pick up her son, then someone dressed all in black running her down from behind. The moment the shots were fired, the shooter fleeing on foot and then driving off in a black Dodge Ram truck. But the truck had no license plates, and police couldn't tell who was driving. The next day, Nicole regained consciousness, and she told police that she was sure she knew who was responsible.
I just knew it had something to do with Tim. I just knew.
Well, of course, I'm going to be the first guy you guys look at.
I didn't know how he was involved, but he was involved.
What would you do if you saw a stranger being shot on the street? Chat now with the 48 Hours team on X.
Taekwondo. The tenets of the Korean martial art include courtesy, self-control, integrity. The most skilled, like Tim Amaker, are called master. Nicole would come to believe that Tim was somehow involved in her shooting. But in the world of Taekwondo,
He was a very good instructor.
Pat and Claire Zelmer were part of Amaker's tight group of friends and also familiar with his World Taekwondo Academy.
People would definitely refer to him as Master Amaker within his school, but they would also, if they were still students and they were friendly outside of the school, he was still Master Amaker.
People gravitated to Amaker, his physical skill, business savvy, easy confidence, a leader who seemed to have it all figured out.
He's charismatic, driven, intense.
He can draw people in and make them feel this connection with him.
And his reputation continued after dark.
The mayor of nightlife here?
I would say that's a fair assessment. Very much so. Very much so.
Charlie Detloff knew Tim well before he met Nicole and witnessed firsthand the power of Tim's personality.
So I moved back here in about 2001.
And was Tim Amaker already living next door?
He was. He was living next door, but his mother owned the
Tim was a helpful neighbor with a style and appeal you couldn't miss.
He loved fashion, loved the right jeans and the right shirt and the right boot, and always had to be the best.
Was he a good friend to you?
Yeah, he was a great friend.
And where was Tim living?
Tim's bedroom was in the back corner here.
And according to Charlie, there was a waiting list of women who wanted into Amaker's bedroom.
Coming and going, yeah, they would pull up right here. The front light here was purple. And if that light was on, then the women knew that they could go in.
Are you serious?
I'm not kidding. It was almost like the red light district.
Juggling a lot of women at once?
Yes, of course. 'Cause it seemed like there was a different girl every night.
What did women see in him?
I don't know, because I didn't see it.
But many other women seemed to see much in Tim Amaker. How did you meet Tim?
I met Tim by going to his gym.
And when did you start dating?
Shortly after.
Nicole was responsible and grounded. Tim's close friends quickly understood the attraction.
There was something special about her. She's smart, she's pretty, she's outgoing. She's got it all.
At first, I actually really wasn't interested, but he was very persistent. You know, he just kind of wore me down, and I started enjoying our time together.
And he was older.
Right. He had experienced more life than me, and it was exciting.
They moved in together in early 2014, but friends say Tim still wasn't faithful. Did you try to warn her about Tim and his women?
About his womanizing? Yes, absolutely.
There were a lot of red flags.
A lot of jealousy?
Yes.
They fought constantly. It was almost like a perpetual argument verging on a fight.
Did you ever see him violent or hurtful toward her?
I did not, no.
But Nicole would tell investigators Amaker was violent.
I mean, one night he threw me up against the wall holding my neck.
Why did you stay, even as long as you did?
I ask myself that all the time. I don't know. I think I felt trapped. And, you know, he just got into my brain so badly.
She says that on a trip to Las Vegas, an angry, alcohol-fueled Tim threw a lamp across the room.
It was terrifying. I locked myself in the bathroom.
September 2015. Nicole, then 26 years old, had more than enough. But she says now that breaking away from Tim was anything but easy.
I packed my bags and I started walking out. And he pulled me back into the house by my ponytail and dragged me into the bedroom. And after that, I was like, I am done.
Nicole moved out, and an 18-year-old student of Tim's moved in, renting out one of his rooms. Her name, Colleen Larson.
Seemed absolutely lovely. Nice girl. I think she's very smart, probably book smart, not street smart.
Colleen had begun studying with Amaker when she was barely a teenager. Tim's friends say she seemed infatuated with him.
He's her instructor. He's her master, you know, for 10 plus years at this point.
It just seemed like she was like this little puppy dog wanting to impress him.
Like a child and an adult in that respect.
Yes.
They say Colleen seemed delighted to be living with a man she had idolized since she was young. As for Nicole, she hoped to have no further contact with Tim. But very soon, they all got some unexpected news.
I found out I was pregnant, and he wanted me to get rid of the baby. And I just told him I couldn't. And I was in a state of panic.
Are you Tim? Yes. Okay, right now, I'm gonna ask you if I can search you for weapons real quick, okay?
For weapons?
Yep.
Detectives needed to know all about Nicole's relationship with her son's father, Tim Amaker.
Why would I have weapons here? There was a shooting that happened down here. Which that has nothing to do with me. Right.
The investigation would track a trail that led back to the fall of 2015, when Nicole first learned she was pregnant with a Taekwondo master she alleged had abused her.
It just got more and more volatile.
We were so excited for them to be having a baby. That's a momentous and a happy thing to normal people.
But the only thing normal was the irrepressible joy of a new mother. She named him Callahan.
He was born on June 20th of 2016. He was a big boy, and he was perfect.
And then she gave him the last name of Amaker.
Nicole was the primary caregiver, but sometimes Cal stayed with his dad. Did you feel that co-parenting was working?
I felt like it could.
But he wasn't always reliable, says Nicole. When she needed him most, Tim was halfway around the world.
Tim went to Thailand and totally bailed on Christmas and New Year's.
Tim may not have been a hands-on dad, but someone else was ready to step in. Colleen Larson, his longtime Taekwondo student, who was renting that room in Tim's house.
She was very kind to Callahan. She was a good caregiver to him.
And with unpredictable hours with the Minneapolis Police Department, the arrangement seemed to work for Nicole.
My son really seemed to like her.
When the once young Taekwondo student turned 18, her relationship with Tim Amaker quietly changed, according to Charlie.
Did you get the sense he was in love with Colleen?
No, not at all. I think she was very much in love with him.
Charlie says Tim called the relationship easy.
She would call him Master, call him the house. Yep, Master Amaker. And ultimately kind of became, you know, like a maid or a servant to him.
Then, in the summer of 2017, Nicole's life took a dramatic turn.
Do you remember when you first met Nicole?
Absolutely.
It was the kind of love at first sight that only a cop on the beat could have.
First time I ever saw her was on a burglary call. I definitely took notice at that point.
Why?
She's gorgeous.
And to Donovan Ford, intriguing.
She processed the scene.
So she was a member of the real CSI.
Oh, yeah.
He knew that I was a single mom, and he was divorced.
When I just mentioned his name, you lit up. Why is that?
He is truly the love of my life. He has been the biggest blessing to myself and my son.
And he's been through a lot with you, hasn't he?
He has.
Nicole's already difficult relationship with Tim only got worse when Tim discovered she was dating Donovan, who was fast becoming part of Callahan's life. Did the way he dealt with Cal change after you started dating Donovan?
It did. He wanted him all the time.
And Tim didn't want Donovan around his son. He accused Donovan of saying negative things about Colleen. Then Tim called Donovan and left this angry message.
Man up for once in your life and quit hiding behind your badge.
And then I started getting text messages.
Like this one, where Tim claimed Donovan was destroying his family. It ignited what can only be called a war that would grow treacherous, and it wouldn't be a short one. How would you describe the last 6 years?
It has been chaos.
Nicole claims Tim tried to destroy her.
Like, I'm gonna take everything from you.
Did you believe him?
I did.
The black belt's new weapon of choice was the legal system.
It was the relentless number of motions before the court.
He reported Nicole to Child Protection Services multiple times, accusing her and Donovan of physical and sexual abuse. Children's Services show up at your house.
Yes. I had them in and out of my home for 3 years.
Tim filed for custody of Cal, and Nicole filed for an order of protection from Tim. Not a single one of the allegations against Nicole or Donovan was found to have substance.
Did you see anything that concerned you or made you think that Cal had been abused?
No, nothing.
No, he was a well-loved child.
But Tim didn't stop there. He also filed complaints to the police department about Donovan.
You were investigated then? And what was the finding?
Nothing happened.
It continued?
Yep. Allegation after allegation.
And then in May of 2018, Amaker alleged Nicole ran over his foot with her car.
I was charged with domestic assault.
The proud crime scene investigator was now a humiliated defendant.
I never thought I would be at the defense table.
How long was the jury out on that?
Less than 15 minutes. I was found not guilty.
But the battle for Callahan raged on, and the child got caught in the middle.
You could tell he was very conflicted.
Callahan was a pawn. It wasn't about Callahan or Callahan's well-being. It was about inflicting the maximum amount of damage on Nikki.
In the fall of 2020, the trial for custody of Callahan began. When it was over, the judge awarded Nicole sole legal and physical custody. Tim was allowed just one supervised visit a week. Tim Amaker, once a champion, was now boxed into a corner. He was allowed no contact alone with his son, and cops thought that might be a motive for him wanting Nicole dead.
I've been here the whole time. I don't know what happened out there.
Police would hone in on the crime scene. Remember that black Dodge Ram truck that the shooter drove off in? Turns out, Tim had lied to the cops. He owned a truck just like it.
A good homicide detective will tell you it's just good to know what vehicles anybody owns, whether they're a witness, whether they're a suspect, whether they're a victim, because people use their vehicles, and that's how you can figure out things, that's how you can pursue leads.
On the night of Nicole's shooting, Assistant Hennepin County attorneys Patrick Lofton and Jacob Fishman say that police were determined to find out who was driving that black Dodge truck.
A black Dodge Ram is a very, very common car.
And authorities had asked him what he owned.
What do you mean? This is your only car? No, I have a Dodge Challenger too.
A Dodge Challenger sedan and this Jeep. But it turned out that Tim did have another vehicle, a black Dodge Ram truck that looked a lot like the one seen leaving the area after the shooting.
That raised the alarm bells for the Minneapolis Police Department.
This is a picture right here.
Police called Tim in for a second interview.
That's not my truck.
They showed him stills of the truck from that video. Seemingly unruffled, he insisted that it wasn't his.
Those pictures were not pictures of my truck.
Tim claimed his truck, unlike the one in the video, had a license plate and Superman decal stickers near both front doors.
Where's the Superman logo? Case closed. Superman logo's not on the truck. Couldn't have been me.
I've been here the whole time. I don't know what happened out there. I'm not.
What's more, he had an alibi. He was inside the Family-Wise Center when Nicole was shot. So even if it was his truck, he couldn't be the driver.
Who else has access to the truck? Colleen has access to it.
Colleen Larson, Tim's former Taekwondo student.
Is she the only one? To my knowledge.
To police, the pieces of the puzzle were coming together. Nicole had said she thought the shooter was a woman.
Let me ask you this. Is there any reason why Colleen would want to shoot Nicole? Oh, hell no. She wouldn't hurt anybody.
Tim insisted Colleen was incapable of violence. And Colleen, who was also brought in for questioning, insisted she was nowhere near Family-Wise that night.
She said that she came home from work, as usual, went inside, took a shower, and was there until Tim got home.
But police didn't believe either one of them and turned to FBI Special Agent Richard Fennard, a technology specialist. He discovered that Tim's truck had Wi-Fi and, like a cell phone, creates a digital trail.
We could track it much like we could a cell phone.
Fennard wanted to know everywhere Tim and Colleen went the day of the shooting. Their cell phones and the black Dodge truck left plenty of digital breadcrumbs.
With phones, with cars, whatever you have, they're gonna tell you the truth. Their records always tell you the truth.
On the afternoon of the shooting, Tim and Colleen were both at the Taekwondo studio. Around 4 p.m., Tim left to go to Family-Wise for the visit with his son. He was driving the Jeep. Later, Colleen left the studio in the black truck to go home.
How can you tell that?
That's from the cell phone records.
So not only the truck, but her cell phone.
Correct.
Just after 7 p.m., Fennard says, the black truck left the couple's residence and headed straight to Family-Wise.
Now we see that person who is walking
right here.
That is Colleen Larson.
Colleen Larson did leave her house, and detectives placed her directly at the scene.
She appears to be walking around, essentially scoping out the area. I believe that she is planning her next steps.
A raid of the couple's house yielded more evidence, bullet casings matching the ones found at the crime scene. On April 28, 2022, Colleen Larson was arrested. She was charged with attempted first-degree premeditated murder. But was Tim involved? Agent Fennard suspected that Tim had deliberately altered his truck's appearance to throw cops off his path. He discovered that several hours before the shooting, Tim had driven the black truck to a drive-thru at a local Kentucky Fried Chicken.
When we pull surveillance video, there's that same truck without the decal, without the license plate.
For police, it was enough. Tim Amaker was arrested and charged with attempted first-degree premeditated murder and aiding an accomplice after the fact.
When you do something to significantly further or assist in a crime, you are just as culpable as the person that actually pulls the trigger.
Nicole was not surprised to hear that Tim had been arrested, but she was shocked to find out about Colleen.
Why would she shoot you?
I don't know.
This time, when Colleen was questioned by police, she broke down and confessed to shooting Nicole.
I took the truck and I drove and shot her.
And she says Tim was behind it.
Whose idea was it to shoot Nicole? Tim's? So he asked you if you felt comfortable, would you shoot Nicole for me?
Yeah.
Yes.
She said she believed Tim's story that Nicole was abusing Callahan.
He was doing bad things to the child, and I wanted to help the little man.
After the shooting, she told police, Tim disposed of the gun.
He just said he would take care of it.
He just said he would take care of it. So you have no idea what he did with the gun?
Not exactly, no.
Still, Tim continued to deny any involvement.
Timothy Amaker and Colleen Larson are charged with attempted murder.
On November 3rd, 2022, Tim Amaker's trial began. There were no cameras in the courtroom. Prosecutors knew that they had to show the jury that Nicole wasn't abusing her son and that it was Tim who had been victimizing her for a long time.
What happened behind the scenes wasn't just this couple seconds of horror that Nicole had to suffer at family-wise. It was 10 years of hell that he put her through.
Tim and his lawyers refused our request for an interview, but 48 Hours consultant and defense attorney Matthew Troiano reviewed their case for us.
There's obviously no direct evidence of Tim's guilt. Zero. He has a rock-solid alibi about where he was at the time that this happened.
According to Troiano, prosecutors needed to build their case by focusing on Tim's lies and his past treatment of Nicole because there was no smoking gun that directly tied Tim to the shooting.
There is circumstantial evidence, the truck, the lies, those are all kind of circumstantial pieces that tie back to him. But there is no direct evidence of him specifically buying or doing or having something that led to this act.
The defense called no witnesses to the stand. Troiano thinks they were betting the prosecution just hadn't made its case.
Where's the proof? Where's the evidence?
As the jury went out to deliberate, prosecutors were concerned.
Of course, we were very worried.
There's a chance this guy is gonna walk.
Absolutely.
How nervous were you?
Really nervous.
Do you believe Colleen Larson acted on her own? See more evidence from the case at 48hours.com.
Those sacred tenets of Taekwondo, self-control, integrity. Could the master win this battle? The jury took an hour to decide.
He was found guilty.
Guilty on all counts.
Tim Amaker, guilty of premeditated attempted murder and aiding his accomplice, Colleen Larson.
And how did you both feel about that?
Relieved, joyous.
And justice for Nicki.
I almost didn't believe it. Finally, we had some type of closure.
At sentencing, Nicole wanted Judge Shireen Ascalani to hear all she endured. To protect her, the judge kept most of Nicole's statement off camera.
You breathing okay? Okay.
But the memories of that point-blank moment will clearly never be forgotten.
I can still feel the burning sensation and the utter fear of not being able to speak or to help myself. I truly thought I was dying that day. Even though I feel like the truth is starting to come to light, I still live in fear.
Amaker, who'd refused to testify at his trial, now decided to speak. The court allowed his plea for leniency to be heard and filmed.
It is no secret how broken this system is. The main message that I felt called here to say goes as this: for all who are led by the Spirit of God are sons of God. But with me, it is a very small thing that I should be judged by you or by any human court.
How would you describe his statement?
Erratic, blaming everybody else. He was the victim, and this happened to him.
Did he show any kind of remorse?
No.
Judge Ascalani had no patience for Amaker and his claims that Nicole had been abusive.
It appears that you have been promoting this false narrative about Miss Ford for so long that you may actually believe it at this time.
Then she sentenced him to 18 years in prison. Just 4 days later, Colleen Larson pleaded guilty. At her sentencing hearing, rather than speak for herself, Colleen had her attorney read a statement. She took full responsibility for all that had happened.
Your Honor, I stand before you with the utmost respect for the decision to come. I accept all the consequences for my actions. I understand and want to atone for what I have done. A simple apology cannot cover the long-term damages that I have caused.
Anything additional from you at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Colleen's got a killer in her. She did it. There's no question that she had the capacity.
Colleen was sentenced to 16 and a half years for doing what prosecutors say was Amaker's bidding.
I think she wanted his approval and his love so badly that she would do anything. And she was in this delusional fantasy land where she thinks, you know, if I wasn't around, that they could run off into the sunset with Callahan and be a happy little family.
But how does somebody convince another person who's never committed a crime to shoot someone?
It's wild.
I
Cal.
love the answers to that because that's where we're stuck to.
Attorney Matt Troiano wonders if Amaker has been controlling Colleen for years.
Why would she do this? It's the fact that she had known this person since she's 12 years old. They had been in this kind of dominant, subservient relationship where he's the master, she's the student. He is the boss.
This woman who once dated Amaker doesn't want to be named or have her face shown, but she says she knows firsthand the hold Amaker can have on the women in his life.
Yes, it was a high when I was around him.
And that you wanted to do whatever you could to hang on to that high?
Yes.
She says she was once under Amaker's spell, but is certain she would never kill for him. Still, she sees some of herself in Colleen Larson.
And I feel like that was me. Yep, I definitely feel like I was willing to do whatever I could to make him approve of me and want to be with me.
With good behavior, Tim Amaker could be out of prison by 2034. Do you think you'll ever feel truly safe again?
No.
You'll always have to be looking over your shoulder.
I think so.
It all still haunts Donovan. The shots fired, the woman he loves fighting for her life. Do you still see that in your head?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Still fear that you could lose her?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All the time.
Yet alongside the destruction, there are miracles in this story.
Good to see you again. Good to see you too. Okay. Almost exactly a year.
I know, and you look so well.
Thank you.
How have you been feeling?
We asked for this one-of-a-kind reunion. Emily Clancy, who raced to help a stranger, saving Nicole's life.
We are expecting a baby.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
Donovan and Nicole, now husband and wife, had just gotten the good news.
And I was like, are you serious? And she's like, yep. And then we're just hugging and happy.
As for the child Nicole had with Tim Amaker, how old is Callahan now?
He's 6.
Does he know that his dad tried to kill you?
He does now.
And how did he take that?
Better than I thought he would.
He's come out amazing. That's a miracle too. Just him being able to deal with all the stuff he's been through and still be the kid he is.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you.
CBS next Saturday. 48 Hours brings you back-to-back episodes all summer long. Next week, serial killings.
He went to great lengths to conceal these bodies.
I just want answers.
48 Hours Crime Time double feature. Next Saturday, 9/8 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
I'm Anne-Marie Green. Welcome to 48 Hours Postmortem. I'm joined today by longtime correspondent Erin Moriarty to discuss her latest episode, Who Wanted Nicki Lenway Dead? Hi, Erin. Thank you so much for joining us again.
Oh, I wanted to be here. This is a particularly great case, and there are always things that we can't include in the hour, so we can talk about it here.
Well, I always have questions. What about this case stood out to you? What drew you to it?
Well, first thing, we have a 33-year-old victim, and she survives. I mean, we don't have that very often at 48 Hours. But in many ways, she was an unusual victim. She was actually a member of the Minneapolis Police Department. And because of that, that raised all kinds of possibilities. This is a woman who was shot point blank. And the big question was this a robbery that went wrong? Or was this connected to work? I mean, there were so many possibilities. Oh, and, the legal issues were great. So that's what made this show special.
Yeah, you don't often get an opportunity, quite frankly, to talk to the victim. I mean, she survived this, which is remarkable. I want to get to, who investigators initially thought was behind this, but first I want to play a quick recap of the episode.
On April 20th, 2022, Emily Clancy was driving home from dinner with friends when something across the street caught her attention.
I saw a person run up to another person, and then I heard 2 bangs, and that other person collapsed.
Emily sped through the intersection and pulled up next to the victim.
I opened the door, I said, "Are you okay?" And she said, "No, I've been shot."
The victim was 33-year-old Nicole Nicki Lenway, a crime scene investigator for the Minneapolis police. She was on her way to pick up her 5-year-old son when she was shot.
She was in a lot of pain. She was having a hard time breathing.
Where's the victim? Who's shot?
Emily did her best to help Nicki until first responders arrived.
So we've got EMS coming right now.
Emily told police what she thought had happened.
It maybe looked like a robbery or something. There was so so fast.
Taken to the hospital, Nicki lost consciousness, but she recovered. You do work for the police department. Did you think it might have something to do with work?
You know, I know a lot of people ask me that. I knew that this could happen, but I didn't want to believe it would.
So those first critical moments after Nicki was shot, Emily Clancy, she's a total stranger. She happens to be driving by at the moment this happens, but then she jumps into action. She puts herself in danger. A lot of people would not have stopped. When I watched this, I thought to myself, would I have stopped or would I have kept on going? It's remarkable.
It is. People sometimes ask me, how can you do these shows? And I often tell them, for the heroic people that we meet, and we often do. And Emily Clancy was one of those heroic people. It's so interesting. I rode in the car with her. She showed me how it all happened. And she didn't hesitate at all. She just pulled up without any thought of her own safety. She then told Nicki to get in the car because Nicki was standing there bleeding. And at that moment, again, just automatically, she didn't think about maybe the shooter is still out there. She helps Nicki apply pressure on her neck. Nicki, of course, was hit in the neck and her vocal cords were damaged, so she couldn't talk to the 911 operator. So Emily stepped in and did that.
I was struck by how emotional Emily was. She was almost more emotional than Nicki retelling this.
Well, and you are so right, Anne-Marie. I talked to Nicki a long time, and she had been through hell, and she was so calm. But when you bring it up with Emily, the idea that Nicki could have died, and it was because Emily stepped up, Emily keeps thinking about how close Nicki came to dying. So she gets very emotional.
Emily was actually given a Good Citizen Award following the shooting. And that's where Emily and Nicki initially first met after the first meeting. That was kind of their second meeting. But in the hour, you include their next reunion. It's really, really touching. What was that like?
Well, if you look in the background, you'll see me, and you can see that I'm really moved. It was very, very teary. Because Nicki also believes she only survived because of Emily's efforts. So they have this very strange bond that connects them. And Nicki wanted to see her because she had very big news to tell her, and tells us at the same time that she's pregnant.
So you guys didn't know before?
No. And so that's always, again, Anne-Marie, you work on these shows that, you always get surprises when you're in the field and spend as much time as we do with the people that we interview. It really was very exciting.
Nicki, she actually works in a crime lab. How does she find herself being the victim of an attempted murder?
Well, that was the whole question at the outset. And it really was, she was an unusual victim. So, of course, there were so many possibilities. Was this shooting connected to some investigation she worked on? She's a forensic scientist. She works primarily with fingerprints. But was there something connected to her job? And then, of course, as it is with any case, you have to look at someone close to her. Was this a personal attack? And the early evidence in this case did seem to indicate that it was very personal.
So one thing that comes up over and over again for me when I watch these episodes is, you need like the old school investigative know-how, but technology plays a huge role too. I don't think you can have one without the other. But in this case, surveillance video really made a big difference. Incredibly, this is a shooting that was caught on, there was bank surveillance video that picked up on the shooting. There were school cameras that showed the shooter actually getting out of this black truck and then driving away. We also got to see body camera footage of Nicki right after she was shot, which I was stunned by because I couldn't even tell she was shot or that she was injured. The surveillance video, even though you couldn't tell who it was, did it help investigators sort of narrow things down?
Oh, it did. And don't you sometimes, Anne-Marie, when you work on these stories, you think, why would anybody commit a crime in this day and age knowing that everything is getting caught on video? Now, I think the shooter thought that this person would be able to outsmart investigators because the shooter is all in black and hair is covered and there's a mask. But in fact, the surveillance video was crucial because you see that person run up. That person is targeting Nicki. That person shoots Nicki once, and when Nicki starts getting up, shoots again. Clearly, this was a personal attack. And so that's what investigators know. Then they see the shooter run to a truck. You can tell what kind of truck. It's a Dodge Ram truck. It does happen to be a very popular vehicle, but that certainly narrows down. The shooter takes off. But the limitations of video is also apparent in this case because you couldn't tell the gender. You could not tell how tall this person is. But it certainly did give investigators a lot of evidence to start off with.
Yeah. And then it's not just the surveillance video, but our own devices are tracking us in ways that, I think it becomes kind of the fabric of how we move. So we forget that we are being tracked all the time. You think if you turn your phone off, that's good enough. In this case, it didn't turn out to be good enough for Tim.
So most vehicles that are made after 2022 have Wi-Fi capabilities. What that really means is go ahead, leave your phone at home thinking you won't be tracked. But as soon as you get in the car, you are driving a cell phone. That is essentially what you are doing. And in fact, Tim Amaker's Dodge Ram truck was a 2022 and it had Wi-Fi capabilities. And because of that, he left this digital trail. Even when he wasn't driving the truck, they could identify that black Dodge Ram truck as his, track the route of that truck that led to someone who knew him very well. And that is how they made their arrests.
So in our last postmortem, you and I talked about Tim Bleefnick, who was convicted of murdering his wife, Becky. That's what the allegation was, too, for him, that he had turned off his phone. And so he believed that he couldn't be tracked. Just a couple of similarities between the two cases. But, they were separated. Nicki had started dating somebody new, much like Becky had started to date somebody new. And there was this really contentious custody battle going on over their son.
No question. And, you had asked me at the beginning, what was it that drew me to this case? And the biggest thing was the issue of domestic violence. And this case was the scariest domestic violence case I have ever covered.
Let's listen to a clip.
How would you describe the last 6 years?
It has been chaos.
Nicole claims Tim tried to destroy her.
I'm going to take everything from you.
Did you believe him?
I did.
The black belt's new weapon of choice was the legal system.
It was the relentless number of motions before the court.
He reported Nicole to Child Protection Services multiple times, accusing her and Donovan of physical and sexual abuse.
Children's Services show up at your house?
Yes. I had them in and out of my home for 3 years.
Tim filed for custody of Cal, and Nicole filed for an order of protection from Tim. Not a single one of the allegations against Nicole or Donovan was found to have substance. So I have to tell you, the more I read about it, it gave me chills. It scared me.
The whole time you're wondering, how does she end up with a guy like that? But Tim seemed to have this power over a lot of people in his life. So next I want to dig into Tim and Colleen's relationship. Was she manipulated by him to commit cold-blooded murder? It's such a leap, but we're going to dig into that. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Let's get right into it, Erin. Do you believe Colleen Larson acted on her own, or do you think Tim manipulated her? Let's listen to a clip from the hour.
When the once young Taekwondo student turned 18, her relationship with Tim Amaker quietly changed, according to Charlie.
Did you get the sense he was in love with Colleen?
No, not at all. I think she was very much in love with him.
Charlie says Tim called the relationship easy.
She would call him master, call him the house. Yep, Master Amaker. And ultimately kind of became, like a maid or a servant to him.
I know the prosecutors believe that she was completely manipulated by Tim, and all of Tim's friends told me the same thing. It's hard for me to believe that he could actually have so much power over somebody that he could have her shoot someone in his place. But in fact, when you look at Colleen Larson's background, she didn't know Nicki very well, so there'd be no reason to want her dead. She had no criminal history. But according to the prosecutors, Tim, she did call him master at home. That's still, I can't get over that.
Colleen, that's bonkers.
Because, Colleen had started as a student when she was like preteen almost, and called him master when she was learning Taekwondo, and continued to call him master even when she started dating him. So if you look up to someone and he's telling you that Nicki is abusing their son, maybe, but certainly, here's this woman with no criminal history, and she doesn't just shoot Nicki once, she shoots her twice. So something was going on there.
And of course, Colleen didn't want to talk to 48 Hours. Her family didn't want to talk either. So we don't necessarily know what drew her to him, but you did get an interview with a woman he had previously dated. I want to play some of that sound.
This woman who once dated Amaker doesn't want to be named or have her face shown, but she says she knows firsthand the hold Amaker can have on the women in his life.
Yes, it was a high when I was around him.
And that you wanted to do whatever you could to hang on to that high?
Yes.
She says she was once under Amaker's spell, but is certain she would never kill for him. Still, she sees some of herself in Colleen Larson.
And I feel like that was me. Yep, I definitely feel like I was willing to do whatever I could to make him approve of me and want to be with me.
That was so illuminating, listening to her talk. And, you also were able to talk to a neighbor. And the way he's describing him, the way, Tim's got women coming in and out.
Well, everyone, that was pretty standard. Men and women both told me that Tim had this amazing charisma and power over people. Now, I've got to be honest, I didn't get to see it. He didn't testify. But my favorite detail, Amory, I'm sorry, was the purple light. Do you remember the purple light? So
yeah.
The
if
neighbor,
the purple light was on,
you could come
busy.
on over. No, I wasn't busy. I thought you could come over if the purple
no,
light
I
was
can't
on.
Yeah.
But Charlie Detloff, is the neighbor next door who I think he was living vicariously through Tim, because Tim had this, this line of women coming and going. And let's be honest, Nicki was drawn to him too. So the line that really struck me was the young woman who dated him who said it was a high to be around him, and she didn't want to get rid of that high. That just stays in my head. So, clearly he has some kind of power that comes across to people.
Tell us what Tim was like at his sentencing.
He was talking about how he really couldn't be judged in a court of law, that only God could judge him, and no remorse, never talked about, never accepting any responsibility, never accepting any responsibility for poor Colleen getting in the middle of this. It's, as Nicki had said to me afterwards, it was a bit of blaming other people for the situation he was in. What's interesting, Anne-Marie, is he told everybody that after he was arrested, there was new evidence that was going to come up and it was going to save him. But, it hasn't happened yet.
Wow. Colleen did confess to shooting Nicki, pleaded guilty to aiding and abetting the first-degree attempted murder of Nicki. Tim was charged with attempted first-degree premeditated murder and aiding an accomplice after the fact. This was a tough prosecution.
We know Colleen was the shooter, okay? Colleen confesses and says she was the shooter. But the prosecutors have charged him with the exact same charge, and we know he wasn't there. We know he was inside the Family Wise Center. So basically, what prosecutors had to convince the jurors is that Tim had so much power over Colleen that he was kind of using her as a weapon, that she was his weapon for shooting. Now, the way the law is written, if you do enough to help this happening, then you're just as responsible. But as we point out in the hour, there was no direct evidence that showed him. Doesn't show him buying the gun. Doesn't show him putting the gun in her hand. Yes, there were spent shell casings inside his home, but the shooter lived inside his home. So the idea of getting the jury to believe that he was involved and that he used Colleen to do his dirty work, that was tough. That was really tough.
The thing about this saga is it's likely not over for Nicki. Tim was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Colleen was sentenced to 16 and a half years. I don't even know if that means that they're going to serve the full term, but for sure, they're going to be out. It doesn't seem like they got a lot of time. Is this typical?
Yeah, it is, unfortunately, because it's attempted murder. Mm-hmm. It would have been very different. Yeah, they got the max, so what's scary is, I've done so many stories on stalkers, and that's what this is, domestic violence. Will he, see the light of day while he's in prison and feel remorse, or will he just kind of stew in prison? Because he could get out in 12 years, it's possible. And so Nicki's aware of that. Her boyfriend, now her husband, Donovan Ford, is aware of it. But no, the legal system can only go so far to protect people. That's the problem, and we see it all the time.
Yeah. Sort of the lucky thing for both Nicki and her son is that they both have Donovan. And it's sort of remarkable. They meet at another crime scene, a burglary. And he seems just perfect for her.
Oh, my God. So, I asked him, no offense, Donovan, but you just start dating this woman and all of a sudden her ex starts making your life hell. So I finally said to him, why did you stay with her? And he just looked at me. He didn't even hesitate. And he goes, because I love her. I was so touched, touched. So out of this awful, awful situation, this nightmare relationship, Nicki did find true love and a wonderful man.
How is Nicki's son doing?
They say he's doing great. They say he is, Nicki did tell him that his father tried to kill her. They had to, along with counseling. But she says he's doing well right now, and they are having another child. So, hopefully he'll be focused more on school and family and get lots of counseling to deal with what is really a very, very tragic situation.
It really is. But the fact that she survived and is flourishing, it's a 148 hours that was inspiring to see her rebuild her life in this way.
There's just one other detail I want to share. When you look at Nicki, she looks fine, barely a scar. But what you don't realize is that she was a singer. And she was shot in her neck. She had terrible vocal cord damage and she could no longer sing. So, she still carries scars with her.
It's a really good reminder. Erin, another great postmortem. Thank you so much.
It's always great being here, and I'll be back with another show, I promise.
I know you will. So, for everyone, be sure to join us next Tuesday then for another postmortem. And if you're liking the show, please rate and review 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts. You can watch 48 Hours on Saturdays, 10/9 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount+. And be sure to follow 48 Hours wherever you get your podcasts. You can also listen ad-free on the Amazon Music and Wondery app.
It's a small town. It's rural America in every way. This is the family next door.
Very connected, very loving, very bonded. They spent a lot of time together.
With a happy American couple. Eric ran a successful contracting business. He was involved in his boys' sports activities.
He was very good to the boys, and he taught those boys so much.
Kouri was a real estate agent that also would buy and fix up and flip homes. She was smart, she was savvy, she knew how to connect. She was absolutely in love with Eric and absolutely in love with her boys.
Eric and Kouri were probably at the best place they've ever been in their marriage and seemed genuinely happy with each other.
They had it all. I mean, it was one happy family. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I got a phone call, and it was Kouri, and she said, "Get up here, something's happened to Eric." He went to sleep and never woke up.
She was a complete wreck. She's sitting on the couch, she's just bawling.
Were they giving you a sense of how he may have passed?
So the paramedics said aneurysm, so we were all believing aneurysm.
I had saw him the day before. He looked horrible. He said, "My chest hurts."
So the last time you're seeing him alive, you don't think he looked very good?
Right. The lead detective and another officer came to her house and said they were going to close the case. They're done. It's an accidental overdose.
They communicated that Eric had died of a fentanyl overdose.
In the weeks and months after Eric's passing, how would you describe Kouri, her state of mind emotionally? How was she handling things?
It probably took her 2 months to go back in her own bedroom. It was devastating to her.
She writes a children's book. She did this to help her work through the feelings with her children.
The book, I think, was 100% beneficial to the boys. Then you can take a sigh of relief. It's over, we're done. We can start living again. And then I got a phone call. Kouri was just arrested in Salt Lake.
A Summit County woman who wrote a children's book about coping with grief following her husband's death, now accused of being the one that actually killed him.
I think she felt that this would be treated as an accidental overdose and nobody was going to be the wiser. He told his family, "If I die, you need to take a look at her because I think she's trying to kill me."
They're gonna have to prove that she got the drugs and that she somehow gave them to him. And unless they can connect those dots, they're gonna have a hard time proving murder in this case.
In the early morning hours of March 4th, 2022, Lisa Darden was attempting to console her daughter, 31-year-old Kouri Richins.
She was brought out on the floor, just sobbing.
Kouri had just learned from emergency personnel that her husband, Eric, was dead.
She was tore up.
Her brothers, Ronnie and DJ, were also there.
She was a complete wreck.
I just started crying.
According to Lisa, that night, Kouri had poured Eric a drink to celebrate a new opportunity at her real estate business, the purchase of this mansion.
She told me she made him a Moscow Mule.
That's a drink made with vodka and ginger beer.
She said they went to bed about 9:15. She went and laid with Ash. Ashton, the 9-year-old, has always had major nightmares. And when she went back to get in her bed, he was cold. She went to push on him and he didn't respond.
It was after 3 a.m. and Lisa says Kouri immediately called 911 and at the dispatcher's instructions performed CPR. When first responders arrived, they started working on Eric, but it was too late.
It's just unbelievable. You're in shock that something like that, could happen.
It was those first responders who initially suspected Eric had died of an aneurysm. The father of 3 young sons was just 39.
How were the boys? Did the boys know what was happening?
They knew something was happening, and they could see the ambulances and cops coming in. Very distraught.
They all just sat there on the couch and just cried together.
The sad scene was a far cry from the happy family they once were. Kouri and Eric met in 2009 at a local Home Depot. Back then, Kouri was a cashier. Eric worked in construction and was a frequent customer.
I heard that he wanted her number for a long time and was kind of afraid to go get it, so he had to have a friend run in and go get it from her.
Eric asked her out, and they hit it off.
When Kouri said, "I'm dating this guy," what did you think?
Kouri was terrified of me meeting me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm the big brother and...
Tough.
Yeah, yeah.
But DJ and Ronnie say Eric fit right in.
I thought he was a great guy.
In 2013, Kouri and Eric got married and had the boys. First Carter, then Ashton, and finally Weston. Lisa says fatherhood came easily to Eric.
He taught those boys so much. They idolized their father, and he idolized the boys as well.
Kouri's family got to know the Richins, including Eric's 2 sisters, Katie and Amy.
They'd come up for birthdays here and there, and we're all very friendly.
Eventually, Eric started a stonemasonry business, and Kouri started her own real estate company, buying houses, fixing them up, and selling them for profit. Greg Hall was her marketing director and good friend.
Kouri had something that a lot of people don't. A lot of times you find an individual that is intelligent, but no common sense, or common sense and no intelligence. She had both. She was a brilliant young lady.
How many houses would she have on average that she was working on or trying to flip?
At one time?
Yeah.
I would say on average 3.
So it was kind of a constant rotation
Yes.
of buying a home, fixing it up, selling it.
Yes.
And Eric's business continued to flourish.
They both lived very well, and they both bought and spent what they wanted.
In their spare time, Eric loved to hunt, and together they traveled the world.
It sounds like on the surface, Eric and Kouri seemed to have it all. Would you say that was so,
I would
Lisa?
say that, yes.
I don't know that I can even begin to overstate how close this family was. This was a huge loss.
Greg Skortis is the spokesman for Eric's family.
He was this beautiful son and brother, and to have that taken away from you, I can't imagine much worse than that.
Not long after Eric's funeral, an autopsy revealed the cause of his death. It wasn't an aneurysm. It was a lethal dose of fentanyl.
Fentanyl is many, many times more potent than oxys and the other pain medications that we typically use. It's a very dangerous drug.
But how did fentanyl get into Eric's system? Kouri's family believes his recreational drug use could be to blame. Nearly every day, they say, Eric would take a gummy with THC, the psychoactive ingredient in marijuana.
It was always just to relax at the end of the day.
And according to Ronnie, Eric did not always get the gummies from reputable sources.
Just about every trip that I had been on with him, he'd buy just from someone off the street.
Lisa says Eric also sometimes took pain pills.
Hey, do you have any pain pills? Hey, can you call and hook me up?
He certainly wasn't an opioid or an illegal drug user.
Kouri's family thinks Eric had taken something he didn't know was laced with fentanyl. and that his death was a tragic accident. Eric's family strongly disputes this claim.
He didn't die of a self-inflicted drug overdose.
Eric's family wondered if Kouri may have been involved.
They said, this doesn't smell right. No question the family thought that right from the beginning.
In the months following her husband's tragic death, Kouri Richins struggled to find her footing on her own and to navigate life as a single mom.
Kouri was still completely distraught. Even now, she's never had time to grieve. She's doing her best to move on. She didn't know of a way of doing that.
Kouri's brother, Ronnie, says it was also hard for the couple's 3 young sons.
The boys, it's still hard for them. They lashed out a little bit because they couldn't quite understand what was going on. And they needed some help, and Kouri needed some help.
Eventually, Kouri found a way to turn her grief into action. In March 2023, 1 year after Eric's death, Kouri came up with the idea to write that children's book about coping with loss, Are You With Me? She promoted it on a local TV show, Good Things Utah.
I just wanted some story to read to my kids at night. And so, you know, I was like, let's just write one.
The self-published book follows the story of a child who lost his father, but is reminded his presence still exists all around. In the book, Eric is portrayed as an angel who is always close by. Yes, I am with you on Christmas, Kouri writes. You can't see my smile, but it's there. I'm here and we're together.
Like, Dad is still here, it's just in a different way.
Kouri's mother, Lisa, says writing the book was therapeutic.
I think the book was a great thing.
It helped them.
It helped them all.
Her family says it finally seemed as though Kouri and the boys would be able to move forward.
It seemed to make the boys really happy.
While the family was working to get back on track, police had been investigating Eric's death. And just weeks after Kouri's appearance on TV to promote her book,
New at 10, this has been a talker all day today. A Summit County woman who wrote a children's book about coping with grief following her husband's death, now accused of being the one that actually killed him.
On May 8th, 2023, Kouri, the grieving wife,
this is the home where police found Eric Richins dead,
was now the prime suspect in her husband's death.
You must have been in a panic.
I was shocked. She can't be arrested.
A Utah mother has been charged with murder.
Kouri was charged with aggravated murder and taken into custody. Court documents allege she committed homicide by the administration of a poison. Greg Skordas, the spokesman for Eric's family, suspects Kouri put a lethal dose of fentanyl in the drink she made Eric that night, the Moscow Mule.
The dosage that he was given that night was of such a high level that no person could have survived it.
Sky Lazaro is her attorney.
Did police ever test the glass that she gave Eric this cocktail in?
They seized a number of items from the home, and there was no fentanyl that was found on any glassware.
Kouri's family says they struggled to make sense of the charges. Kouri denies any involvement in her husband's death.
For anybody who knows Kouri, just knows she could not have done this. She'd never do this.
Lisa says her daughter and son-in-law had a great relationship.
Nobody's perfect, but they're pretty close.
And like many couples that have disagreements, they were able to overcome their differences.
He didn't want Kouri to work. He wanted her to be a stay-at-home mom, and she's very independent, and that wasn't going to happen.
Another issue, says Kouri's brother Ronnie, was the amount of time Eric spent away on hunting trips, sometimes 4 or 5 months a year.
It just kind of irked her because that is his biggest passion in his life is hunting, and she might want him home a little bit more, and so, you know, they might get in a fight about that.
And then, according to Kouri's mother, Lisa, there was alleged infidelity on Eric's part. She says she heard about it first from Kouri and then from Eric.
It was a text about trust, how I trusted him as a son-in-law, as a father, as a husband, and how could he do this?
Kouri's family says the couple went to counseling, determined to work through their issues. Skordas, who denies Eric ever cheated on Kouri, says Eric had a different reason for wanting to make his marriage work.
He was going to do whatever he could to make it work because he lived for those boys. He would have done anything for those boys. Let's go to counseling. Let's try to keep the family together.
Skordas says at one point Eric had considered divorce, but ultimately decided against it. He says to protect the boys in case the relationship didn't work out, Eric put his estate into a secret trust without telling Kouri and named his sister Katie in charge. But in the months leading up to Eric's death, Ronnie says the couple seemed better than ever.
How are they doing as a couple, as a family?
Yeah, fantastic. They were probably one of the best spots I've ever seen them in quite some time. Everyone's having fun, laughing, joking, you know, it seemed really great to me.
So why would Kouri want Eric dead? Court documents allege a life insurance payout might have been a motive. Skordas says Eric's family agrees.
This is cold-hearted greed.
At the time of Eric's death, there were at least 6 life insurance policies on him, totaling nearly $3 million. Court documents allege that in January 2022, 2 months before Eric died, Kouri forged Eric's signature to get yet another policy worth an additional $100,000. Kouri is also accused in court documents of stealing from Eric's personal accounts and misappropriating monies distributed from Eric Richins' business, dating back years. According to Skordas, Kouri didn't just want the money, she desperately needed it. Court documents allege her house flipping business was drowning in nearly $2 million of debt.
Yeah, she was in way over her head. She needed some money in a hurry. It was a significant amount of money.
Skordas says a premarital agreement stipulated Kouri had given up claim to Eric's business assets, except that if husband should die prior to wife, while the two are lawfully married.
He was worth much more to her dead than divorced. She felt that there was easy money and fast money to be made by not having her husband around anymore.
Kouri's attorney, Sky Lazaro, strongly disputes any allegations her client forged Eric's signature, mishandled finances, or stole from Eric. As for the claim Kouri was in debt and needed the money, she says that's simply not true.
She was in the business of flipping houses. This is what they did.
Lazaro says taking on debt from lines of credit was part of how the business of flipping houses worked, and the money would be paid back when a home sold.
It's not as if she had all these conventional loans that she owed people money on it. Sure, it looks like a large number, but we're talking about business transactions with people who she did business with.
Eric and Kouri sat down every month and did the bills together. At all times, Eric knew what was going in and what was coming out.
Lisa says Eric not only knew about the finances, but he was also very supportive of Kouri's new business opportunities, like the purchase of the mansion they were celebrating the night he died.
Eric's saying, let's have a shot. Come on, let's celebrate Kouri.
It was that night, Skordas says, Eric's family believes Kouri gave him the Moscow Mule laced with fentanyl. And he says Eric's family believes it wasn't the first time Kouri had tried to poison her husband.
The time he died wasn't the first time we believe that she tried to kill him.
What do you think happened to Eric Richins? Chat now with the 48 Hours team on Facebook and X.
Just outside Salt Lake City, in the shadow of Utah's Wasatch Mountains, home to famed ski resorts, including Park City, is the property that Kouri Richins was planning on flipping, the deal she and Eric were celebrating the night he died, says her attorney, Sky Lazaro.
It's a decently good-sized home.
Lazaro showed us the nearly 10-acre estate.
Where are we? Give us a sense of why this is significant real estate.
So this is the Heber Valley. Right over the hill is Park City, all the major ski areas. And then to the right is Deer Creek Reservoir. So this really sits between major recreational areas.
It looks ginormous.
It's massive.
The 20,000 square foot mansion and its 4,000 square foot guest house were originally built in 2017, but never finished. The project was abandoned for 2 years until Kouri discovered it.
I think this was kind of her dream when she got into this idea of flipping houses, was to be able to do properties like this.
Lazaro says Kouri used financing from a group of investors to make an offer on the house for $3.9 million.
The plan was to develop this, turn it into a recreational hotspot, given this is probably one of the most beautiful places in the world, and hopefully sell it at a profit.
How much did she think she could make off of this house?
Her and Eric sat down with an accountant one time, and he said if you can get it done and stay under budget, you could walk away with $12 million.
Wow. That's a big turn.
Yes.
From 3.9 to 12 million.
Yes.
There was a lot of excitement. I remember how excited she was.
Greg Hall worked with Kouri. He says it was a solid investment.
It would have been a real easy flip. They wouldn't have had to sit on that for long.
As far as you know, Eric was on board with this plan.
100%.
But that's not what Eric's family remembers, says their spokesman, Greg Skordas.
I don't think he was ever in favor of that. He was on board with supporting his wife. That doesn't mean he agreed with it.
In fact, the house is mentioned in this legal filing containing notes from an investigator who interviewed Eric's family after his death. They said Eric and his wife were arguing about buying the property. And that wasn't all Eric's family told investigators. According to that same filing, they made numerous allegations against Kouri, including that they suspected his wife had something to do with his death. They advised he warned them that if anything happened to him, she was to blame. They also told investigators they believe Kouri had tried to poison Eric before on 2 separate occasions. According to the filing, Eric's family said the first attempted poisoning was in 2019 when Eric and Kouri and 6 friends were on vacation in Greece. They said Eric became violently ill after Kouri gave him a drink. Ronnie says he heard it was all a misunderstanding.
Eric was on medication, and that medication you're not allowed to drink on. He asked the waitress to bring a virgin drink, a drink without alcohol. She didn't do it. It made him very, very sick. Kouri called his doctor, figured out what to do, and later that night he was back and fine. Everyone that was there will tell you the exact same thing.
According to that same filing, the second time Eric's family said Kouri tried to poison Eric was the month before Eric died on Valentine's Day 2022. They said his wife brought him a sandwich, which after one bite, Eric broke into hives and couldn't breathe. Kouri's family denies she ever tried to poison him.
They ordered a sandwich, and the sandwich was bad.
He went and took a nap and then went and coached one of his child's games. Aside from an assertion by the family, there doesn't seem to be anything else out there that supports that.
Eric's family also called into question Kouri's behavior following her husband's death. According to court documents, Eric's family told investigators 2 days after Eric died, Kouri punched Eric's sister Amy in the neck and face. When Amy tried to stop her from opening a safe they said contained between $125,000 and $165,000 cash.
There was an argument that broke out, and Eric's sister said that she owns the house. Everything is put into a trust, and she owns the house.
Remember, Eric had created that trust and kept it secret from Kouri when they were going through those marital problems. Until Eric's death, Kouri knew nothing about the trust, according to court documents.
If Eric had any sort of documents, he'd have them in the safe. So she went in to go see what was in there. Amy came after Kouri, and Kouri defended herself.
The two of them started pushing, and I was standing in the middle of them. All they did was push. Both of them were trying to swing over the top of me. So the narrative that's been pushed that it was poor Amy got assaulted was nonsense.
The brothers say Amy stormed off and called the police. A month later, Kouri was charged with assault and later pleaded no contest.
Her husband's just passed away. She's highly emotional. Everybody's highly emotional. Things got a little heated between them.
Two families, two very different stories about what they believe happened to Eric. But with accusations flying back and forth, what did the evidence show?
The state has to prove that she did this, that she got the drugs and that she somehow gave them to him.
She had apparently contacted a drug dealer, a known drug dealer in that area, and purchased fentanyl, and had done it on more than one occasion.
Have a seat, please.
In June 2023, Kouri Richins appeared in court before Judge Richard Mrazek for a bond hearing.
The issue before the court is whether defendant Kouri Richins should continue to be held without bail during the pretrial period.
It was the first time since Richins had been charged in her husband's death that the public got to see her. And for the entire 4-hour hearing, she sat in handcuffs next to her attorney, Sky Lazaro.
I cannot imagine how difficult it was for Kouri to sit there and listen to everything that was talked about at that hearing.
To convince the judge why Richins should not be released, prosecutors Patricia Cassell,
we have 3 witnesses.
Brad Bloodworth,
Detective, what was the sheriff's office?
and Joseph Hill presented evidence and called witnesses to make their case Richins had poisoned her husband. It had all the elements of a mini trial.
In order for the judge to make a determination to detain someone at a bail hearing, the state has to prove substantial evidence.
Prosecutor Joseph Hill called to the stand cell phone expert Chris Cotodrimos.
Sir, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
He asked him about Google searches he says Richins made on her phone.
Were you able to observe internet searches on that phone? Yes.
Those searches, which were detailed in court documents, included: can deleted text messages be retrieved from an iPhone? Can FBI find deleted messages? What is a lethal dose of fentanyl?
I don't know that these searches mean as much when you look at the timing of when they're done.
Lazaro says there's an innocent explanation. Those searches were conducted after Eric's death.
I think it's more to answer questions relating to what she was being accused of.
The state also called to the stand the lead investigator on the case, Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
I was assigned to be the lead detective in this case in April of this year.
Prosecutor Bloodworth questioned Detective O'Driscoll about where Richins may have gotten fentanyl. He specifically asked about an interview the detective conducted with Carmen Lauber, who said she worked for Richins. She's referred to as CL.
CL is an associate of the defendant. She cleaned houses for the defendant's business, as well as her personal home at times.
Detective O'Driscoll said CL had a criminal history with drugs. At the time of their interview, she was on probation for multiple drug distribution charges, according to court records. She has not been charged in connection with Eric's death.
In our interviews, CL told us that in early 2022, the defendant reached out to her either by phone call or text message, requesting that she procure fentanyl for what the defendant reported was an investor who had a back injury.
Detective O'Driscoll testified that CL told him she purchased 15 to 30 fentanyl pills and then sold them to Richins.
CL told us that after purchasing the pills, she returned home. She said that either later that night or the next day, the defendant met her and did a hand-to-hand exchange of pills for cash.
That transaction, says Detective O'Driscoll, took place on February 11th, 2022, 3 days before Valentine's Day, when, according to court documents, Eric's family said Richins had tried and failed to poison Eric with that sandwich. But there was more.
We're going to now shift to a second drug buy.
Detective O'Driscoll said CL told him Richins contacted her again, approximately a week later.
The defendant reached out to her again by text or call and said that she wanted some more fentanyl that was stronger than the previous batch.
This time, Detective O'Driscoll said CL told him Richins paid by check.
And the defendant came to the door and wrote her a check from her business, from the defendant's business, for $1,300 for the purchase of the fentanyl.
Just a week later, Eric was dead.
We dispute all of those allegations.
In her cross-examination, Lazaro asked Detective O'Driscoll if there could have been another reason for that $1,300 check.
It could very well be that Kouri was paying her for cleaning houses, correct?
I don't want to speculate, but
it could be, despite what CL said, correct? Okay.
Lazaro says because Carmen Lauber is a convicted felon, she's not credible.
She was on probation at the time. I think anytime you have an informant type situation, it can call into question the veracity of their statements or the motive for what they're saying.
In her cross-examination of Detective O'Driscoll, Lazaro attempted to show how CL might have felt pressure to tell investigators what they wanted to hear.
You begin the interview by explaining to CL essentially how dire of a situation she's in, correct?
I don't have the interview memorized, but I know we talked about that, yes.
Okay, well, you told her that she was on probation to drug court for 4 first-degree felonies, correct?
Correct.
You essentially tell her that she has the potential of doing a considerable amount of state and federal prison time, potentially.
Yes, this is a common tactic in law enforcement to be able to leverage charges for information.
Lazaro also asked the detective what evidence there was to back up CL's claims that she had sold fentanyl to Richins.
And because CL is working for the defendant, there's communication, correct?
Correct.
But Detective O'Driscoll said he saw no text messages where Richins allegedly asked CL for drugs.
We didn't find any.
Was anyone with her that could corroborate that she saw CL hand Kouri drugs?
Not that I know of.
48 Hours attempted to contact CL for comment. We received no response.
They have to prove that she obtained drugs and gave them to her husband. And unless they can connect those dots, they're going to have a hard time proving murder in this case.
What do you make of Kouri's Google searches? For a timeline of the case, visit us at 48hours.com.
As Kouri Richins' bond hearing came to a close, her attorney, Sky Lazaro, was hopeful her client would be granted bail.
This is a case in which there doesn't appear to be any smoking gun. These cases are generally more favorable to the defense.
Good morning.
The prosecution closed its case to deny Richins bail with a victim impact statement from Eric's sister, Amy.
I'm here today to represent my brother, Eric Eugene Richins. Eric is gone, and I am brokenhearted. None of our lives will ever be the same. Eric died under horrendous circumstances. I am tormented at the thought of what he endured. Please do not allow Kouri to hurt Eric's memory, our family, friends, and community anymore. We have been through enough.
Judge Richard Mrazek spent very little time making his decision. Richins would remain in custody.
The circumstances of this case weigh soundly against granting pretrial release of any kind.
Richins' family was disappointed. They say her time in jail while waiting for her trial has taken its toll.
I hear her on the phone. I hear her sobbing.
In September 2023, Richins' family says she had a medical emergency in custody while taking prescription medications and needed to be rushed to the hospital.
What did she say happened to her?
That they gave her the wrong medicine and it caused a seizure.
Richins made a full recovery, but while she was away, jail officials say they found this handwritten letter in her cell that was never sent. The document, later filed in the court record, has become known for the words scrawled at the top of the page, "Walk the dog." Prosecutors say it's from Richins to her mother.
I take care of her 16-year-old dog. And her thing is, be sure you walk her. She's so worried about this dog.
In November 2023, prosecutors filed this motion asking the court for a no-contact order to deny Richins access to her mother and brother. In the motion, they say the letter is evidence of witness tampering. They say Richins gives her mother instructions on what her brother Ronnie should say in court. The letter instructs Lisa Darden to induce the defendant's brother, Ronald Darden, to testify falsely, the motion states.
To me, this letter is an attempt to get a witness to testify to something that isn't true by spoon-feeding the witness the testimony that he's supposed to give.
In the letter, Richins writes that her defense will need to establish that Eric bought drugs while traveling abroad. We need some kind of connection. Here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this.
In the letter, it appears that she's laying out a little bit of her defense. For example, your name is brought up. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico, almost like she's laying out a case, saying, tell Ronnie.
Richins goes on to write, Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Reword this however he needs to make the point. Just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs.
Is she giving you instruction in this letter?
I don't know. I don't know one way or another.
Most of that, unfortunately, I can't speak about.
The things that are in the letter are true things, and everybody who's in her circle already knew this.
But Kouri has a different explanation. She says the letter is fiction. In separate phone calls from jail that were recorded and later entered into the court record, she told her mother and Ronnie that the letter was part of a book she's been writing and that it's private. The judge denied the motion for no contact, saying the state had failed to prove witness tampering.
It isn't witness tampering because it didn't go anywhere, and it was never communicated to anyone.
As the families wait for the trial, they say their focus is on Eric and Kouri's 3 sons.
The family is concerned about the boys.
That's the main focus, the boys. That's who's important here right now.
Both families say they hope to gain custody. The boys are currently living with a member of Eric's family. Lisa says they're only allowed to speak to their mother twice a week on a video call.
Just heart-wrenching as to what they're going through.
Lisa, Ronnie, and DJ have been denied private visits with the kids, but Lisa says she does what she can to support them and attends all their sports practices.
And the reason I can do that, it's a public place. I can't be stopped from going there. I still get to see him, I still get a hug and kiss, and that keeps me going.
Besides the criminal case, which could carry a sentence of 25 years to life, there are multiple ongoing civil cases regarding the fate of Eric's estate. Both sides believe the other is after the money.
Both families are concerned about the boys.
You could say that. You could say that. I wouldn't. We believe that the defendant's family is concerned about the money that they can get.
Whoever ends up with the boys ends up with the money. That's all they want. It's not right.
Until that's resolved, both families are waiting for the trial to start and are hoping for a verdict that delivers their version of justice.
What is the family doing to stay strong now?
You know, the family has the family. They have each other. They feel like the state has put together a good case, and they're going to stay united and support each other no matter what happens in this case.
She's innocent. She's been thrown in jail over something that she hasn't committed.
Are you both confident that Kouri will be found not guilty, Lisa?
I am, 100%.
100%. She'll be out.
They were given life sentences for their notorious crime.
What did these parents do to deserve that?
Now they're hoping new evidence could reopen the case.
My hope in the case is that they'll finally walk out of prison.
Have the Menendez brothers been punished enough? 48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anne-Marie Green, and welcome back to Postmortem. This week, we're talking about Kouri Richins. And you may recall, she wrote a book on grief to help her children cope with their dad's death after an apparent accidental fentanyl overdose. She wrote the book about a year after he passed away, but then a month after that, the case took a turn. Kouri was the one charged with his alleged murder. So joining me now to take us behind the scenes of this case are 48 Hours correspondent Natalie Morales and producer Betsy Schuler.
Hi, Anne-Marie. Hey, we're happy to be here.
So this case got a lot of attention, in part because of a children's book that Kouri wrote about grieving the death of her husband, Eric, who died in March of 2022.
Yeah, I mean, that was the headline that captivated, I think, the nation's attention. You know, just weeks before she's arrested, she goes on Good Things Utah, a local TV show, and, you know, she's on to talk about this book and how to, you know, help her children learn how to cope with grief. Interesting now, though, some viewers at the time thought she seemed a little cold, a little bit emotionless while talking about her husband's death and what the family was going through. It could be, though, also that she might have been just a little bit nervous being on television. It's hard to say, you know, what she was feeling in that moment. But, you know, it's interesting to look back on that interview now than knowing that she would be charged with his murder.
Yeah, because I think the headline was she's on TV, you know, out there as the grieving wife, and then turns around and gets arrested.
Right. It's one of those cases of perhaps everything is not what it seems, right? And that's a theme that comes up a lot in some of these 48 Hours. So one of the things that really stood out to me has to do with the families. They both have access to the same series of facts, essentially, but they interpret them completely differently. They have different stories to explain what happened.
Eric is the victim. His family believes that he was poisoned, deliberately poisoned, that his wife, Kouri, put a lethal amount of fentanyl in a drink. She told police they had a drink the night he died.
And according to Kouri's family, you know, we talked to Lisa Darden, her mother, as well as her two brothers. Kouri said she poured Eric a Moscow Mule earlier that evening to celebrate what was then considered a big real estate deal that she had done. She purchased a mansion in Utah. So after she has this celebratory drink with Eric, she then said that, you know, the couple went to bed. Her 9-year-old son suffers from nightmares, so she went to comfort her 9-year-old son. When she went back to bed, she said she found Eric cold and unresponsive. According to Kouri's mom, she called 911 immediately. And so their version of events is this was an accident and that Eric perhaps took something that he didn't know was laced with fentanyl. Kouri's family, they have all said that Eric liked to take a gummy before going to bed, a THC-laced gummy.
Yeah, they say that he could have accidentally taken a gummy that he didn't know had fentanyl in it. And obviously that's very, very different than what Eric's family thinks.
So in a way, it's no surprise that both families come to different conclusions based on what they know about the relationship and, you know, what happened the night before. But how did investigators close the case? Because they come to the conclusion that Eric's death, because of a lethal dose of fentanyl, was a deliberate act. They arrest Kouri. They charge her with her husband's alleged murder. What was it that brought them to that conclusion?
Well, a lot of that has to do with Eric's family pushing investigators to get Kouri looked into. They claimed that Eric had warned them and told them, you know, if something happens to me, Kouri is to blame. And as we report in the hour, you know, Eric's family actually believes that she tried to poison him on 2 other occasions. There is no proof of that, but the family's claims are included in a court filing against Kouri.
Yeah, and this investigation took months, She didn't get arrested till about a year later. So, the police took some of this information that the family told them and did what seems to be a thorough investigation. But it wasn't a knee-jerk reaction to what the family said, it doesn't seem.
It's interesting. We talked to Kouri's attorney as well. And for every point that Eric's family makes, Sky Lazaro, her attorney, has a counterpoint. For example, even though the family said, there had been 2 other occasions of alleged poisoning, nobody called police, Sky points out. Nobody filed reports on previous instances of any poisoning. So there's really no direct evidence there. It's only really circumstantial evidence pointing to Kouri at this point.
Yeah, and as Sky told us, there doesn't seem to be a smoking gun, so to speak.
Right. So according to a court filing, Kouri was under a significant amount of debt. She had this real estate business where she was flipping homes. Eric's family says all of the debt was Kouri's actual motive for killing her husband. So here's Greg Skordas, the spokesman for Eric's family.
Yeah, she was in way over her head. She needed some money in a hurry. It was a significant amount of money.
Skordas says a premarital agreement stipulated Kouri had given up claim to Eric's business assets, except that if husband should die prior to wife, while the two are lawfully married.
He was worth much more to her dead than divorced. She felt that there was easy money and fast money to be made by not having her husband around anymore.
I thought that was so interesting that they made that agreement before they got married, because I thought when you're in the business of real estate, it is kind of like you go into debt in order to get out of debt. Like half of it is about debt management.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Kouri's family and her attorney told us. If one house is $2 million, she'd essentially automatically carry $2 million of debt. So they don't make much of this point because they say it was just normal business for her.
Mm-hmm. Also, her attorney points out that she had other investors. It's not like she's taking on this debt alone. You take on debt and you pay it back when the house sells, and hopefully for profit.
Yeah, exactly. You try to get it done, and then you collect the money, and then you start all over again with another sort of
sounds so
round
easy
of debt,
until it isn't.
Yeah, I know. That's why there's like all these shows on TV where everyone's doing it. But I digress. But so at the time of Eric's death, there were 6 life insurance policies on him, according to that court filing. 6 life insurance policies. That sounds like a lot. I mean, how did the defense explain that?
Yeah, it does. It does seem like a lot. The one point that Kouri's attorney, Sky Lazaro, had was most of these were policies that had been in place for years.
Also, one of the policies was for Eric's stonemasonry business. So, that's how she counters that. One is his business. The others are as you accrue wealth in life, your circumstances change. You have to re-up your policy or you take out supplemental policies. But Eric's family says, no, these are all red flags. All of these policies amount to Kouri trying to profit once he died.
Right. And, though most of these insurance policies had been taken out sort of years before, we see in the court documents that there was one that was not, right? The documents say that Kouri took out yet another life insurance policy worth an additional $100,000. It was taken out just 2 months before Eric died. And there's a question about the signature.
The prosecutors, in court documents, they say that Kouri forged Eric's signature in order to get this policy.
Right. And the defense will say, that Kouri did not forge his signature when it goes to trial. I think that's where the handwriting experts and all the forensic experts might come in.
The other thing that her attorney, Sky Lazaro, told us was that for most of these policies, Eric had to sit for a medical exam. So, he would know these were taken out. And so that sort of goes to, did she or did she not forge his signature?
So one of the things that really surprised me about how this story unfolded is just how immediately Eric's family starts zeroing in on Kouri. Why was Eric's family so quick to believe that she would be guilty of something like this?
Well, first of all, we would have loved to have asked Eric's family that question. According to their spokesman, Greg Skordas, the marriage wasn't going well. According to Kouri's family, there were some bumps in the road, but they had worked things out and were doing really well before Eric's death. So again, two very conflicting stories.
But yet you've got this trust that was formed for the kids that Eric never told Kouri about. And we only find out about that. And she only found out about it once he died.
Right. So maybe we'll hear more about their marriage during a trial. But what is particularly unique about this hour is that this case has not gone to trial. So we're going to take a bit of a break. But after the break, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the difficulty when it comes to covering a pre-trial case. Welcome back, everyone. All right, let's get into this. How difficult is it covering a pre-trial case compared to covering a case that's already gone to trial?
It's really difficult. We did have some things working for us on this case. There were a lot of documents filed into the court record that were available to us. So we were able to report on what those filings said. We also were able to at least speak with somebody on both sides. But it's hard.
But the other thing that worked in our favor is there were pre-trial hearings, for example, her bail hearing, where it seemed almost like it played out as a mini trial and you had evidence presented on both sides of the case. So that was very helpful in constructing this hour.
I was surprised at how open Kouri's mom was, because obviously one of the concerns when you haven't gone to trial yet is that you're going to say something that's going to taint the trial.
I think she wanted to tell her story, and I think the brothers wanted to tell their story because, at least from what they said, it felt like they hadn't had a chance to do that. So I think they were really open to the opportunity.
Was there an attempt to talk to Eric's family?
Yeah, we did reach out to Eric's family through their spokesperson, Greg Skordas, and we really, we're hoping to talk to his family, but it seems that they're not quite ready to talk to us yet.
Mm-hmm. So a big problem for the prosecution, though, going to trial, will be proving murder when all the evidence against Kouri Richins really seems circumstantial. Can the prosecution actually prove that there was fentanyl in that Moscow Mule?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the smoking gun right there.
Yeah.
We don't know for sure if they tested the actual glass. So Kouri had told police she gave Eric a Moscow Mule that night, but they didn't take any items out of the home that night. They searched the home officially about 2 weeks later. They did take some items, and they didn't find fentanyl on any of those. Some of those were drinking glasses and other things, but there's no way to know for sure if that actual glass had been tested.
Really, the only, way to connect Kouri to fentanyl really comes down to a woman named Carmen Lauber, who Kouri had employed to be a house cleaner for her real estate business. She was somebody who had a criminal history with drug charges. She's a convicted felon, and she is going to be a key witness in what will be the trial.
The prosecution has to prove that Kouri got drugs. So Carmen Lauber, according to the prosecution, is that link.
Right. And so they call her CL in the hour. But there's like a huge problem with her. And it has to do with her credibility, right?
Right. Sky Lazaro, Kouri's defense attorney, believes that CL was coerced by police, that she changed her story every time that she was questioned and interviewed by investigators. It'll come down to, was there a text exchange between CL, Carmen Lauber, and Kouri? There's no proof of an exchange right now, but I think that'll come down to cell phone forensics again. That will all come to play in a trial.
So did you try to get in contact with CL at all?
We did. We tried to reach out to her a couple of times, and we didn't get any response.
So there's another damning piece of evidence against Kouri, and it's the Google searches, right? She made them on her cell phone, including, searches about the lethal dose of fentanyl, a search about whether the FBI can recover deleted text messages. But attorney Lazaro says that Kouri made those searches after Eric was already dead. And so she sort of argues that makes them irrelevant. But how do they know that for sure?
Well, she says that these were searches that Kouri was doing based on what she was being accused of. And they know that it was after Eric died because the first police search where they tested some of the stuff from the house was weeks after Eric died. At that point, they took Kouri's phone. So Kouri had to get a second phone. Police did a second search of the house when Kouri was arrested a year later. And these Google searches were found on that phone.
Okay.
But there were certainly some very interesting searches, and I think that's going to be a big part of the trial. For example, one of the things that Kouri searched for, according to court filings and according to the testimony we heard in that bail hearing, is how long does life insurance companies take to pay? If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate? And of course, what is a lethal dose of fentanyl? That will be a red flag to many.
Yeah, I mean, these Google searches, on the surface don't sound good.
Right. So Kouri's been in jail since her arrest last May. Jail officials found a letter in her cell in which prosecutors say that she's instructing her brother on how to testify, asking him to make a connection between Eric buying pain pills from Mexico. Kouri says that the letter was part of a fictional book that she was writing, but her mother told you something different. What did her mom have to say?
Yeah, it's interesting. In that letter, there's conflicting explanations really from what Kouri's family is telling us. Her brother Ronnie said he didn't want to talk about he couldn't talk about the specifics because it's a court document now. But Lisa and DJ, her other brother, said that everything in the letter is true. However, according to recorded phone calls in jail, Kouri talks to her mom and Ronnie and says, the letter is actually part of a book that she's writing. So, it's interesting to hear all these different points.
Yeah,
but
this is another headline-grabbing piece of this story.
And the question is whether or not it's witness tampering, because is she instructing her brother Ronnie on what he should say and where possible drugs were purchased in Mexico and trying to link that to Eric?
I'm glad you explained that, Natalie, because when I heard about the letter, I thought to myself, well, what's wrong with that? We should mention, too, that the court ultimately decided there wasn't enough evidence to prove witness tampering. Why did Greg Skordas find the letter so problematic?
So here's what Greg Skordas says is the problem with the letter. Not necessarily that, Kouri's saying, hey, remember to say this, this, and this. The way she words certain parts, and we detail some of that in the hour, really seems like she's saying, you have to say this. So that's a distinction that he points out.
Mm-hmm. So Natalie, you actually visited this enormous house that Kouri was attempting to purchase before Eric's death. It's it's 20,000 square feet or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it is huge. And the property, it's right there at the base of Park City. So it would be viewed as, probably a pretty valuable piece of property and house. The guest house in itself was, I want to say, a mere 4,000 square feet, which is, larger than most people's homes, which is crazy to think about.
What makes this house important is it is sort of at the center of the argument here, because Kouri, according to her family and her attorney, this was her dream, right? This was the big project that was, going to take her business to the next level. They say Eric was excited about it. But according to court documents, Eric's family says they were arguing about this and that Eric wasn't on board with this.
Let's hear a clip from Sky Lazaro and Lisa Darden about the house.
The plan was to develop this, turn it into a recreational hotspot, given this is probably one of the most beautiful places in the world, and hopefully sell it at a profit.
How much did she think she could make off of this house?
Her and Eric sat down with an accountant one time, and he said if you can get it done and stay under budget, you could walk away with $12 million.
Wow. That's a big turn. Yeah.
Yes.
You know, Sky Lazaro, her defense attorney, describes it as really sort of this wasted opportunity that in some ways is sort of a metaphor of what ends up becoming this relationship. There was so much going for it, and then this tragedy struck, and then now you have what is this dilapidated mess of a house. Eventually it did sell, but for much less than what even Kouri paid for it.
Wow, this really is a tragic story. Do we have any idea when it may be going to trial?
So what we're hearing from Kouri's attorney is that there's still preliminary hearing and that she expects the trial to be sometime next year.
Mm-hmm. Right at the end of the hour, we get a little bit of an update on the 3 boys. Do we have any idea how they're doing?
We know they're with a member of Eric's family at the moment, and that both sides say they want custody of the kids.
And Kouri's family, you know, they say that they haven't had much interaction with the boys, that they have, you know, not been able to really see them, except Kouri's mother says she has gone to their sporting events because it's public property. So she can be there to support the young boys. But again, it's these children sadly are caught in the middle of these 2 feuding families. And, you know, you just hope for a positive outcome for the young boys, which I think both sides, it's one area where both families can come together on, is the well-being of those 3 children.
Yeah. Well, Natalie and Betsy, this is obviously a to be continued 48 hours because I'm sure you're going to follow up as the case unfolds, as it goes to trial. But it was really great talking about one of these kind of ripped from the headline cases and to learn just how much has unfolded before we even get to the trial stage. So thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
As per usual, join us next Tuesday for another postmortem and watch 48 Hours, of course. It's Saturdays, 9 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount+. And if you are liking the show, please rate and review 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts and follow 48 Hours wherever you get your podcasts. You can also listen ad-free on the Amazon Music and Wondery app or with a 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.